Welcome to the inaugural second and short draft special. Me and Luke are your hosts today. It's April 27th as we're recording. It's draft night. As you're listening, April 28th. And draft coverage starts in about 5 minutes. It's 7:55 p.m. Eastern Time. As we're recording, you're going to get our live reactions to every single pick of round one. We're going to obviously have some in-depth analysis throughout the show. We're going to go all the way. We ain't stopping. 1 through 31, you're going to hear our take on everything. And you're going to hear from a couple of our friends. We've got Brock, of course, going to come in for a little bit. His first appearance in about 2 months now. He will be rejoining the show officially when the summer begins. And then we'll be hearing from Colin, a friend of the program. A few times he's been on as a guest host on Tuesdays. We have our best and biggest guest ever, former Coastal Carolina wide receiver Jalen Darby, our friend, is going to join the podcast, talk through wide receivers in the class, corners in the class, everything. He's going to be hitting us with that. And then Mike is going to join us as well to round out the draft. And if you don't know Mike, he was on Wednesday's episode, from this week, breaking down my mock draft. So we've got tons of coverage for you. Everything happening. Doesn't matter what it is. And Luke, you excited? This is going to be a journey.
I'm fucking ready, dude. I'm not even looking at a prep sheet right now. It's weird. There's absolutely no structure to this, and I honestly could not be more happy. This is going to be so much fun.
Yeah, man. This is just going to be a great time. We've got a ton of stuff to talk about. Tons of news has happened. So, before this draft gets started, actually, before we get into anything, I do want to let everybody know that I wish we had the facilities to be live streaming this, but unfortunately, we're just not in a position at the moment for me to be running a live stream while hosting a show that's going to go on for 4 hours. So, maybe next year. Yes.
Yeah, maybe next year.
We'll see how it goes, but for now, I hope everybody enjoys what we've got for you. And Luke, let's get into the biggest news that has happened today. Lamar Jackson. Oh my God.
And finally, once again, just like Aaron Rodgers, totally forgot it was even happening.
Yeah, it seemed like it just kept slipping our minds. Every week, I had to remind myself every week when I did a prep sheet that, oh yeah, we need to talk about Lamar Jackson because he's still not confirmed to be a Raven yet. And we get the news today. 5 years, $260 million, $185 million guaranteed. He's the highest paid player in NFL history. He let Jalen Hurts have his moment in the spotlight for a couple of days, but had to take it away from him quickly. So,
yeah.
How do you feel about this deal? Do you think Lamar deserves to be number one?
You never really pay best players the most money. That's just kind of how the NFL works. It's sort of like, this revolving door of who's just got to become the most highest paid, who's more valuable to their team. And Lamar, as you and I both have highlighted, it was absolutely paramount that they bring him back with that entire offensive structure. They would have not done very well without Lamar to start the season. But I actually think he completely deserves it. I mean, I can shit on the Ravens all day, as you guys know that I am not a Ravens fan whatsoever. But that is one dude who definitely deserved his bread.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat with you. I think he's such an outstanding talent, a guy that we don't, in a way that we don't really see often. A quarterback that a lot of people judged coming out of college and in college. People did not, it's fun to watch his game, but nobody really thought it would translate. And it's translated. He's a former NFL MVP. You can't deny him at this point. And now he's got the money. And he's, relatively long term now with the Ravens. And it's kind of weird because Lamar Jackson is still kind of a young quarterback. He came out of Louisville pretty young. He's only 26 years old. So he's only locked up till he's 31. And that's not that far down the road. But, with a quarterback like Lamar Jackson, is that, kind of nearing the end of his career when this contract's up?
That's a good point, but I think at this point in Lamar's career, this is a pretty big deal for him. he's Grayson on 185 million. That's just the guaranteed money. He's getting Odell Beckham Jr. and probably a wide receiver in this draft, or at least that's my prediction. This is going to be a kind of a different Lamar, I think. And to your point, I don't think that this Lamar could last as long as some quarterbacks can in a league like this. But with how much the Ravens are buying into him with this contract and with adding Odell and like I said, another wide receiver in this draft, I think Lamar is going to have to add a different part to his game and get better at throwing, and I think that's probably what's going to happen this season.
Yeah, I think that, I think it's obvious that Lamar Jackson has things to work on, but a big thing that we need to take into consideration is can he stay healthy? Because we need to see him, earn this money. And
Yeah,
after last season with the injury and, kind of the odd coverage of it because of the contract situation and just, how it looked like he wasn't very happy there, we didn't know if he actually was that injured. It turns out he was. Like, we need transparency now because now he's a franchise quarterback.
that's a very good point. It kind of like brings me back to Antonio Brown and whenever he had his fight with Ben Roethlisberger. The game leading up to that was a game against the Bengals, and it was a must win for the Steelers. And we found out about it with Antonio Brown having a reported knee injury. Of course, that wasn't the case. So that was kind of why I was sort of saying that Lamar could possibly be faking it. Of course, I think he posted on his Instagram story something like, "I would, I'm absolutely gutted. I can't play against the Bengals with y'all. I want to be out there with my brothers and stuff like that." So it became clear to us that probably wasn't the case early on, but still definitely a possibility because of that Antonio Brown shit. At least for me.
Yeah. I think that there's a lot to look forward to though with this contract because now we know like he's there. There's no uncertainties to deal with. There's nothing to be worried about. Lamar Jackson is the quarterback of the Baltimore Ravens, and it's not going to change.
Yeah.
It's it makes it that much more exciting to look out for because it feels like the whole narrative for the last year with Lamar Jackson has been when's he leaving? Because it was pretty obvious that when a contract wasn't done last year, that they were just going to let him go. And, there was, trade rumors and then the franchise tag happens and just all sorts of stuff goes on. And it just, it's really surprising to me that he got this money, honestly. And like you said, it's not that you're paying for the best player in the NFL. You're paying to keep a generational talent on your team.
Yep.
But I I think that Jalen Hurts probably should be making more than Lamar Jackson. That might sound
I do
crazy,
too.
but
I don't think that's crazy at all.
okay.
I think the entire reason. Sorry to cut you off, but I wanted to actually dive into this. I think the entire reason that Lamar is making more than Jalen Hurts is because Jalen Hurts got signed before Lamar. I guarantee you that the Ravens and Lamar were probably pretty close to a deal. Jalen Hurts gets re-signed, and now that completely changed everything.
Yeah, some people were reporting that the ball kind of got moving because of the Jalen Hurts deal. I don't know how true that is. Like, obviously, they were stalling. The Ravens were stalling. They could have made this move months ago, but I think that they saw this contract and it gave kind of a point for the Ravens and for Lamar to be like, this is where it needs to be. And they figured out a number.
Exactly, and I mean, I don't think it's far fetched at all. And I do want your opinion on this. To for Lamar and his agent to have probably called each other after Jalen Hurts got signed and been like, okay, well now we have even more leverage. There's no way that wasn't discussed between them.
Yeah, that definitely had to be the case because I'm sure as soon as he saw Jalen's contract, he got in touch with the Baltimore Ravens and was like, there's a chance that Lamar was like, I want 270 over 5 or something in that matter. I have a feeling that the Ravens had to talk him down a little bit,
I'm sure. Yeah.
but um, I think that when they saw that contract, it definitely helped this deal get done. I think if Jalen Hurts, if they would have just like not extended him, maybe we don't see a deal done yet. I think that part of it that plays into it is going into the draft because if you don't know if Lamar's going to be there, how do you know what you're going to need to draft? I think that's
Yeah,
also why the Rodgers deal got done. Was the Jets and the Packers both wanted to know where we need to be looking in the draft, and whether what spot they're going to be picking in the draft because they swapped picks and all of these other small details that help these deals get done. They just all factor in together, and it's going to happen some point.
I think you're exactly right, and that would have been interesting to see what the Ravens would have done with their pick. I think they're what, like 17 is the Steelers. They're like 23, 21.
Yeah, I believe they're at 22 actually.
Yeah, and I mean with what we've seen in this entire just crazy messed up, pre-draft and like, pre-draft media talk and all this stuff. At 21, the Ravens might not have to trade up to get a decent quarterback. So I'm sure that also kind of factored in like, hey, Hendon Hooker might still be on the board at 21 if Lamar does walk. So
Yeah,
I like how you brought that up because that could have changed everything.
yeah, and I think that if they didn't get Lamar, picking Hendon Hooker there would not have been a bad option. The thing with Hendon Hooker is it's the combination of he's coming off an ACL injury. We don't really know if he's going to be ready for the start of the season. And he's also going to be 26 next January.
Yeah.
And, that's kind of scary when if you're that old, you need to be starting. Especially if you're a first round pick, you've got to start. And Hendon's not really in a position to do that yet, but the Ravens have this safety cushion of a Pro Bowl quarterback in Tyler Huntley.
Yeah. Oh man, that was I enjoyed seeing Tyler Huntley at the Pro Bowl. That was a win for football.
It was. It was also a giant surprise, but a win.
He balled out. He balled out in that accuracy competition. Is that the one that he did so good in?
I believe so.
Yeah, there was one where I remember him blowing everybody away, and I remember just thinking back to the podcast, like, well, shit. Here he is balling out in front of me.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So it looks like the draft has begun. The Panthers are on the clock. They haven't made the selection yet, but everybody on Twitter right now is trying to jump and just be like, Bryce Young got selected. Bryce Young first over. So look, I think we all know how this is going to go. Bryce Young is most likely going number one.
Do we?
I think I can say that confidently. I don't know if I really can.
I've been showing a lot of like my family members and friends my mock draft like on our Instagram graphic, like from the Second and Short Instagram, and I'm just cringing at some of my picks because like I'm just so unsure about everything. Even I have had opinions that have changed like in the past like 3 or 4 days.
Yeah. Oh, I will say I have changed around my mock draft a little bit. I updated a few
Wow.
things. I didn't
You cheated.
try. I didn't try to do anything crazy. It was mainly that I wanted CJ Stroud to drop in my mock draft. Um,
Yeah.
and I think the big thing here is that I do respect the fact that the Texans need to go defense.
Okay.
So I have them now taking Tyree Wilson out of Texas Tech. I think that um, I, I would probably rather take Will Anderson, but with Tyree Wilson, you get this just absolutely just like a physical monster, and he's just like he's uncomparable to a lot of the guys in this draft. In the edge position, just like pass rushers in general in this draft are very hard to pick out, but Tyree Wilson, he's huge. He's got crazy strength. He's got finesse. The build and his play style kind of reminds me of of Nick Bosa, and that is a name that you want to be in the same sentence as.
Yeah, especially with edges. In my opinion, I would probably say Miles Garrett would be my NFL comparison because Miles Garrett is probably not as big weight wise, but Miles Garrett is a tall motherfucker for defensive end. And usually your ends are kind of a little bit, I feel like, shorter and stockier. But Miles Garrett is, lanky strength.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic description of Miles Garrett. But let
Yeah.
me kind of go down the list and tell you how this affects the rest of the draft. So, because I have Tyree Wilson going at 2, I also took um I took Jalen Carter away from the Lions because I think they're gonna go corner here. That was just kind of like I changed my mind.
Yeah. Okay.
And so I have them taking Christian Gonzalez at 6, and I have the Raiders still going cornerback and taking Devin Witherspoon a little bit earlier than some anticipated,
Wow.
but I really like him. And subsequently, because Tyree Wilson jumped up so far, I have the Falcons taking Jalen Carter at 8.
Dude, now we agree on more picks now because
Yeah.
I have Christian Gonzalez with the Lions and the Falcons taking Jalen Carter.
Yeah. So
Uh,
there's a lot of stuff that could happen, and it kind of keeps moving here. I then have CJ Stroud dropping all the way to 11 to go to the Titans, and then the Texans would take Jackson Smith and Jigba, and Quentin Johnston would drop rather significantly because there's not a lot of teams after the Texans at 12 that I think are gonna go wide receiver. Maybe the Packers would swoop him up, but I think they need to address the edge still. And then I have Deonte Banks going to the Commanders over Joey Porter Jr. only because I really want Joey Porter Jr. to go to the Steelers.
I think everybody does.
And then I have Quentin Johnston falling to 22 and going to the Ravens. And that's kind of the full domino effect.
Wow, that was where I have it. We agree on actually kind of a decent amount now on
Nice.
our drafts. Yeah, because we had Joey Porter Jr. and someone else. It
Will
was
Anderson.
Will Anderson.
Yeah, and the thing is right now pre-draft conversations have been booming that the Cardinals have been shopping this pick all day. So
Wow.
maybe we see a team like the Titans jump up and take a quarterback. I can't imagine many other teams up here at the top jumping up.
I can't either. I don't really see the reason to. I think a lot of the trades should happen middle of the pack. I think it might be good for the Patriots to trade up because I actually think the Packers will take a first round wide receiver, and the Patriots could trade up because I could see them wanting wide receiver.
All right, well, before we continue, I'd like to welcome on our first guest of the night, Brock. Obviously co-host of Second and Short, even if, you haven't listened to a couple of months. Brock, welcome to the program.
How are y'all doing?
Doing great.
I'm great, Brock. How are you?
Oh, just having a grand old time trying to get schoolwork taken care of.
And this is actually the first time that Brock and Luke have spoken to each other. I want to point that out.
Is.
It's crazy that that's happened, but that is the case. Brock, since you're here, I might as well just go ahead and ask you a question. Who do you think is going to be the biggest bust of the first round?
I think it's the easiest answer. Well, there's actually two people, I think. One, I think he has the highest likelihood of is Anthony Richardson. They've had so much hype on him. If he doesn't produce immediately, then, he's going to be considered a bust. With him, I'd also say then Will Levis.
Yeah, I kind of figured that was the route you'd go, but I kind of respect both of those picks because if Anthony Richardson gets put in a position where he's starting year one, I just don't think that's a good spot for him. And with Will Levis, there's just really no telling. Is he going to be a leader like we need him to be, or is he going to be the same player that we saw last year in his senior year at Kentucky?
Yeah, I have to agree with you. You're going to get I still think with him, you're not going to get anything exceptional from him. Maybe a few bright spots, but I don't think he's going to have anything crazy this year, even if he does have a good season.
Luke, you got anybody other than those two that might be a bust in this draft?
Definitely, I'm with you on Anthony Richardson, and Grayson and I have talked about it before. It's if he's a day one starter, the NFL defenses and defensive coordinators will eat this kid up every time he tries to throw the ball. He might be able to run and scramble and look flashy in a couple plays, but if he is throwing the ball, I mean, there are people going to be there. He needs to kind of sit behind Geno Smith and learn from a guy like Pete Carroll. Oh my god, I hope he falls to the Seahawks because that's the only way he works out in this league.
Yeah.
As far as other guys though, I'm not too sure. Will Levis, I definitely don't think deserves the hype that he has, but I don't know if I could really call him a bust.
Yeah. I think it's hard because a lot of the picks at the top are going to be the quarterbacks, and it's so easy for a quarterback to not be what we think they are. But I feel like we don't view other positions as much as being like, somebody with the potential for not, kind of growing in this league. But I think that Devin Witherspoon out of Illinois is a relatively volatile pick here because he's a pretty small guy and he's only like a zero stars coming out of high school. He was like 140 pounds playing corner coming out of high school, which is tiny, and put on some weight, of course, while he was at Illinois and has really developed his game. But I just think that I don't know, he's like still learning the game, it appears, and learning that position because he's a bit of a risk taker at corner. And, that can work when, you get to play Minnesota and you get to play Nebraska and Rutgers. But I'll tell you what, none of them have, high level players in the NFL right now. And, if Devin Witherspoon isn't in a system that's going to work out for him, I think that he could be a guy that we see kind of fall off pretty quickly.
Yeah. I like that take. He is small, and I've already kind of noticed with cornerbacks, they're not built like Devin Witherspoon anymore. You have guys like Sauce Gardner who are, the height of wide receivers now. I feel like even in, our childhood, cornerbacks were not that big. Joey Porter Jr., I think, is like 6'2". That's pretty gigantic for a corner. But in this game, that kind of seems to be the best guys or your kind of bigger corners. I think Christian Gonzalez is over 6 foot. I'm not saying that a tiny corner can't play. I mean, we've seen Mike Hilton; he's a dog and like 5'9", and he's an Ole Miss guy, Brock.
Yeah, no, he's literally my favorite player in the league right now.
Yeah, I hated to see him go to another team in my division, but yeah, no, I like the Devin Witherspoon take. I think he looks impressive, and I appreciate his work and drive, to get bigger, but he definitely could get eaten up in this league.
Well, on the topic of Ole Miss players, Brock, any Ole Miss guys that are a little bit of a sleeper in this draft? Not just round one, because there's not really any Ole Miss guys projected round one, but any guys out there.
I mean, easily the one that they've been talking about the most, and I've been saying all season, has to be Jonathan Mingo. He's got the same build as AJ Brown, same speed as AJ Brown, has the playmaking ability as AJ Brown. He just hasn't been fully healthy at Ole Miss, and even not fully healthy, he had, I believe, about 900 yards this year and over 10 touchdowns. He's got big time playmaking ability. Even if he's not a wide receiver one wherever he goes, he's going to be a great addition to whatever team he ends up on.
I like that. So you see him probably going like round two?
Probably two. The more they talk about him, the more they keep bringing him up in the draft boards. So he was originally like a round three, but I think he's now a higher round two.
Yeah, and what do you think about Zach Evans going into the NFL here? Because he's a guy that we talked about. He was a kind of a hot topic. What do you think about him possibly getting picked up maybe day 3 or late day 2?
I think that he's going to be a great pickup to whoever gets him because he's quick, he's fast, he's quick, he can run through someone, he's got the moves. He played great this year at Ole Miss as well. I mean, of course, when you have Quinshon Judkins pop out of nowhere like he did, and Zach Evans was fighting through injuries, he's not getting as many touches as he thought he was going to get, but he still had a great year. And I think he has a great potential to end up being a second or third running back somewhere.
All right. Well, the pick is in for the first pick.
Man.
Um, we're not watching it because I don't want anybody to be ahead of another person. So we're just kind of keeping up with the tracker. But the pick is in. But let's continue talking. Um, is there gonna be a big fuck up tonight? Is somebody gonna fuck up like a Laramie Tunsil, a bong mask, um, anything like that we think is gonna come out tonight?
Maybe not on the player side, but picking wise, I just have this very strong feeling that Atlanta's going to make a really dumb choice.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really mad if we pick like fucking Hendon Hooker at 8.
Oh
That's
no.
that's something we would do.
It sure is.
Yeah, I don't know about any fuck ups, like kind of like what Brock said, but I honestly I think it's all down to where Anthony Richardson goes. He's going to be one of those cases where it's not him and his play on the field. It really comes down to who drafts him. I mean, his entire career is in the hands of whoever drafts him, basically.
Yeah. All right.
And
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, unfortunately, I think he will end up a fuck up pick.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, it's official. Bryce Young, Carolina Panthers, #1 overall pick.
Wow.
How do we feel about it? For weeks, I've been saying that it's going to be CJ Stroud. And then, just over the course of like a week, everything has been against him. And now he's plummeting down draft boards. It's looking like he's probably not even going to go second overall. Brock, what do you think about CJ Stroud dropping?
I think those tests are just all extra, just to give people more things to talk about. I think he's still a good football player. We saw it on the field. He makes good football decisions. Again, he's proven it on the field. He's led his team to back-to-back playoff appearances, almost beat the monster that is Georgia and their defense. But it's you don't want to take that risk with him with all these things coming out right now. So I get why, but I still think he's proven it on the field that he's a great player.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I really like what CJ Stroud brings to the table, but I do understand the pick of Bryce Young. The kid's got everything you're looking for, out of college.
Mm-hmm.
Luke, what's your?
what?
Oh, sorry, Luke. What's your take? Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. That's
All right.
good.
Luke, what's your take on this Bryce Young pick? Do you think he deserves to be #1?
I think you can make cases for CJ Stroud and Bryce Young deserving #1. I think Bryce Young is more of your NFL guy, and CJ Stroud is more of your talented, I got the stats kind of guy. I actually, doing kind of my Bryce Young notes for this draft, I never really realized how calm he was. Like when I was watching film, in the biggest moments, he just has a complete like straight face. Like there's no urgency. There's nothing, and I really respect that about him. And that's I feel like a quality that gets lost a lot in the NFL. It's a lot bigger. It's a lot harder. It means a lot more. And I feel like a lot of guys come in. They take a couple sacks, throw some incompletions day one, and they're completely rattled for the rest of their career. I don't think that's going to happen to Bryce Young. But do I think he's better than CJ Stroud, just raw quarterback talent? No.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that CJ Stroud, when you look at him, side by side, CJ Stroud and Bryce Young, you could easily point out who's the quarterback. And I think that it's obvious that Bryce Young has the intangibles that it takes to be a starting quarterback, and he plays bigger than his size. I think that's the biggest thing with his style. He can do a lot of stuff that your average 5'10" quarterback's not going to do. Kyler Murray is not going to do what Bryce Young can do. I think I can say that very confidently. And
yeah,
Bryce isn't too concerned about running the ball. And the ability he has to make something out of nothing but still keep it in the air is very impressive.
Yeah, the pick is in for the Texans, by the way.
All right. We'll see what happens here. I still like Tyree Wilson here. Just saying. Before we know, I like Tyree Wilson.
They can't rock with Davis Mills, man. They got to make that fix now, I think.
Yeah.
But
we'll see.
Tyree Wilson's not bad though, by any means.
But On this topic here with the quarterbacks, who do you think's going to be the next quarterback off the board?
Honestly, with Bryce Young getting taken first, it might be Anthony Richardson.
I don't know. I'm still confident that the Colts want Will Levis.
Damn. You think everybody's going to pass up on CJ Stroud?
Maybe.
Definitely seems possible.
I could also see the Seahawks taking Stroud at 5. Because, look,
Yeah.
CJ Stroud is still young. I feel like people aren't really taking that in consideration. A redshirt sophomore out of Ohio State, he's going to turn 21 during the season. Like, him and Anthony Richardson, very young quarterbacks. It's just that Stroud has a much better, body of work that he's put out in college that made him so, like, highly touted. But CJ Stroud, there's things that he can learn about the game and get even better than he already is. Arguably, if he goes to the Seahawks, he could start, not going to start week 1, but he could start games in, this coming season. And I think we just kind of have to be on the lookout for it. But yeah, I'm still kind of confident that Will Levis is the guy in Indianapolis.
I hope not.
Yeah, me neither.
I think I honestly think Will Levis's best fit is with the Titans.
Interesting. Do you think the Titans could trade up for that Cardinals pick at 3?
I don't know. What would they give up? You think it'd just be a pick swap?
No,
because the Titans don't
they'd
really have.
They'd have to give up a second, probably.
Yeah, I mean, Budda Baker, has put in his trade request. Maybe they would want to, go ahead and replace him with Kevin Byard.
Yeah,
if that would be the case. I mean, I don't know, but interesting.
That would be interesting.
I think Will Levis, the best thing for his career would
they
be
took CJ. I'm sorry, they took CJ Stroud.
Wow.
Holy shit. Okay, well, I guess I shouldn't have changed my mock draft. Holy shit, they really did it. Fuck the S2 scores. Fuck everybody that said that CJ Stroud was going to drop, including me. That's the right pick.
Yeah, I think for him, like I said, he played well on the field. He showed what he can do. I don't think any of all that other stuff is just eye candy. All that extra stuff is just for people to talk about and have more conversations on TV. He plays good on the field. That's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the body of work. And I think the interesting thing here is now there's 5 minutes left until Arizona has to make their pick. I could definitely see this one draining all the way down, and then they announce the trade.
I don't know. We'll have to see because Will Anderson still is available.
It's true,
and that would be very nice for a team that just lost JJ Watt.
Or they could get Tyree Wilson here.
Or they could get Tyree Wilson. Or they could trade Budda Baker and this first round draft pick for something. Who knows?
They'd get quite the haul if they did that.
Oh yeah, for 100%.
But
I like the point that Brock made up though. Sorry, Grayson. But
no, go ahead.
I feel like surrounding this draft, and we don't even have to talk about this because this is kind of like a deeper topic. But I personally feel there has been more kind of like what Brock called it, eye candy. Like the media has just been kind of like spewing out shit about players and I feel like it has obviously gotten a lot of attention. It's tanked a lot of players. It's increased a lot of players as far as, in regards to their draft stock. And I feel like, honestly, that's a reason why no one knows what the hell's going on. I mean, shit, you have some random Reddit post that had Will Levis going number 1 and his actual draft stock started to rise. Like, I feel like this is the first kind of draft that we've seen, this kind of media attention and this kind of like, just no one knows what's going on.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen this much uncertainty in a draft in quite some time.
Yeah, big time.
Brock, before we, are sucked into this Cardinals pick, did you fall for CJ Stroud dropping? Did you believe it?
No, not for a second.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm just stupid. Whatever.
I mean, I judge everything based on what I see on the field, and again, he was able. I mean, if you just look at that Peach Bowl against Georgia, I've never seen a quarterback dissect Georgia. Even Bryce Young, he did great against Georgia when they played, but C.J. Stroud and his offense was able to just fully dissect the Georgia defense.
Yeah, I think that was definitely his most impressive showing of his career. Even though they didn't win, the showing that CJ Stroud put on in that college football playoff semifinal was absolutely insane. And I think that is definitely one of the things that teams looked at. Whether he scored in the 18th percentile or not on the S2 cognition tests, the guy is a goddamn football player. He's not. He said himself, "I'm not a test taker. I'm a football player." Something along those lines. It's just like his talent is undeniable. Whether he tests well or not, he's got a rocket arm, super smart passer. He really limits the turnovers, and he's really good at going through his progressions in the pocket. Like everything can go CJ Stroud's way if he decides for it to.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think you said, or I believe one of you said it earlier. He's going to need a good quarterback coach to continue to learn the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say maybe the Texans don't have that, but CJ Stroud, unlike a guy like Anthony Richardson, I think actually has the ability to be your day one starter and be at least serviceable year one, even without
I agree.
a good teacher.
Yeah,
I agree.
Definitely. He's just like I said earlier when comparing him to Bryce Young, he's got the build. He has shown, what he can do. He reads a defense pretty well. It appears to us, um, and he just has talent. He has raw talent, and it can be worked on, of course. But I I feel like this makes the Texans' second pick in this draft very interesting because they're going to pick again at 12.
Yeah. And they just lost Brandon Cooks. They drafted a rookie quarterback. You could try to team him up with Jackson Smith and Jigba. Or, and this is I'm going to go ahead and make this prediction now. The Texans, with their first pick next draft, will be Marvin Harrison Jr. Hot take.
I don't mind that. They do need to address the defensive line, and that's something that they could do with that 12th pick, and then wait next year. And obviously, they could still pick up somebody in the second round. Sorry, I'm going to cut myself off. The clock has ticked all the way down to 5 seconds almost, and the Cardinals have not made a pick. Oh, no way! They just traded it to Houston.
Are you kidding me?
Holy shit! Yes, Houston just traded up to the 3rd pick.
Did they just get Buda Baker?
Hold the fuck up. Oh my god. What just happened?
Wow.
And it looks like the pick is in, and I'm floored right now.
This is already so crazy.
I wonder who they're going to take.
I'm thinking Will Anderson.
I mean,
oh my god, what are the Cardinals going to do if that happens?
I don't know. I think maybe the Cardinals still go for defensive end, just maybe like a Lucas Van Ness if he's still on the board at 11 or at 12. This is fucking crazy. This is not one of the teams I thought would have traded up this far.
Not at all.
Holy shit. Dude, what is going on right now?
I feel like the Texans could have addressed their team needs not by doing this.
Yeah, I need to see the compensation here. I'm yet to see anything on compensation. Come on, Rappaport. Don't do me dirty.
Come on. What's going on, people?
It's looking like they're going defense. That's what Schefter said. Dude, D'Amico Ryans is not backing down. Holy shit. This is so fucking crazy.
I'm just trying to figure out how second and short doesn't have like draft room access to where we can just walk into these teams' rooms.
That would
Like,
be
so what's going on?
fantastic. We just need connections across the league where we could just be on the phone with somebody in the war room.
Eventually. Either next year we're going to be streaming the draft or we're going to be there.
Yeah.
I
We're going to be in the
so
war
bad.
room of whoever's picking first.
Yeah.
That would be great. Oh, I think it's Will Anderson. Yep, Will Anderson Jr.
Oh my gosh.
has been taken in consecutive picks by the Texans. They pick up outside linebacker and edge rusher Will Anderson Jr. out of Alabama. Luke, I want to get your take here.
Wow. just kind of still in shock. This dude is an absolute dog. It wasn't bad that they picked Will Anderson over anybody. I mean, I think he was the best edge. This guy's going to be an absolute dog, and wow, just what a pick.
Yeah, Brock, what's your reaction to the Texans trading up this far and getting C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson?
I mean, they now have a potential superstar on both sides of the ball now, and I think Will Anderson underneath DeMarco Ryan, right?
D'Amico, yeah.
D'Amico. That's gonna be he's gonna. I think he'll succeed very well with him as his coach.
Yeah, I think that this is probably the best case scenario that we could have seen for the Texans here. I'm in shock still. I don't even know what to say here.
Yeah, what a guy though.
Definitely a guy that I'd be looking for if I was a team drafting here.
Yeah. Maybe not going to be your run defender, but shit. This is the kind of guy, draft him high and hope that he can learn. Because he definitely has the talent to learn how to get better at his run defense, but there's no denying that. I mean, the pass rush is just mean.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Like the fact that they were able to trade up, we still don't know the compensation yet, but the trade up to take Will Anderson and CJ Stroud, like I think they've already won the first round.
Really? Wow.
Okay, well, while we have a little bit of time before Indy, I think surely drafts Will Levis. Brock, I want to ask you another question. What college do you think is going to have the most first rounders? Obviously, Alabama off to a hot start with 2 of the 3, but any college in particular you think will have the most?
I think it's going to end up being Georgia again.
Really?
I mean, they still have. I think they'll end up with 3 or 4 going first round.
I guess I didn't have Broderick Jones going in the first round, but he's definitely a guy that has been talked about a lot. The main ones I can imagine going in the first are, of course, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. But who else are you thinking of?
A lot of people have been high on Ringo.
I've seen that too.
Yeah.
A couple mock drafts had him going to the Jags with like whatever pick. I think theirs was 24.
Yeah.
I think Georgia. I mean, the two best teams in college football to produce players are Georgia and Alabama. So it would not surprise me if it was one of those two.
Yeah, just kind of looking at my mock draft, it definitely would probably be Georgia.
Yeah, I feel like Alabama has a shot. With Bryce Young, Will Anderson, most likely Brian Branch as well. They've got a shot with 3. Sorry, the pick is in Indy. But there's a few, it seems like there's a healthy spread. It's not going to be overwhelming for, even just one conference.
Yeah, that is true. I am trying to go to it now. Who's the Alabama quarterback or running back that could go round 1? What's that guy?
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, we could see him as well. I know I've seen him in a couple first round mock drafts, so it maybe not likely, or definitely maybe not likely, but he could go first round.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility. But I don't see too many teams outside of whoever takes Bijan being willing to address running back in the first round with a relatively uh, kind of like mid tier heavy running back class.
Yeah, that is true.
Sorry, I'm trying to. Oh my god, dude, I'm still just so surprised by this pick, but it, it is insane. Like that's got to be like it's probably going to be the most surprising move of the day.
It happened early on too. I still think that you may have not needed to do that. I mean, is Will Anderson at edge really better than all of the other guys that are also at this position? Because I mean, it's an edge loaded draft.
It is, but Will Anderson is an outside linebacker, so obviously he's going to be pass rushing a majority of the time. That's just what he does. But his versatility, I think, is what gives him the advantage over Tyree Wilson.
Yeah, I like that. I honestly I don't know much about Tyree Wilson.
It's
Well, I
really
can tell
just
you this,
his size. Oh, go ahead,
he,
Brock.
he I was gonna say when I watched him, he went to Texas Tech, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he tore up the Ole Miss offense, so I saw him do that.
The Colts just selected Anthony Richardson.
I knew it.
That's a fuck up. It's a fuck up. They fucked
Yeah,
up.
I shouldn't be happy about that because this dude has a lot of talent, but he can't start day one, and that's the kind of position he's going into.
Yeah, they shouldn't have cut Matt Ryan. I can't even
Yeah.
say that without laughing. They obviously should have, but
Oh,
it's honestly like I get it. I get taking him over Will Levis entirely, but it just seems like you guys aren't set up to have him there.
no. I mean, the coaching staff is young. Um, I mean, their offensive line is decent. They have Jonathan Taylor, and a young wide receiver core that looks decent, but he the border or the main thing here is that Anthony Richardson shouldn't start day one. I mean, we're going to be saying that throughout this entire podcast, but like he needed to sit behind somebody.
Yeah, I'm definitely in the same boat. That's kind of why I thought Will Levis was the guy here. But once again, I understand it. Brock, what's your take on them getting Anthony Richardson here?
I think the thing with Anthony Richardson is I've kind of said before, he's got a very high ceiling. He's insanely athletic. With that being said, he only started, I believe, 12 games in college, and only 3 of those games he looked like he should be a starter.
Yeah, I think it
And
was.
the other one,
I think the numbers were 13 starts, 6 wins.
yeah. And the only game I can point out that he actually looked like a first round draft pick was that Utah game. He would have flashes of excellence, but mostly it was he he needs to learn more. He needed more experience. He should stay in college another year and develop more. But whoever gets him, they better get a good quarterback coach in there for him to work with him.
Yeah, they need to. It's like essential for that team because they could severely fuck up here because Anthony Richardson is a immensely talented player, but he needs there is a lot of work to be done in his game.
Yeah. I mean, his final 6 games at Florida, he threw 12. His touchdown interception ratio was 12-2. So not that bad at all. But those were only his final 6 games. He's a 20-year-old kid. I mean, they just he definitely, Grayson, like I think you said before, with his body, his athleticism. I mean, kid ran a 4.3 at the
Yeah, I
combine, I
believe
think.
so.
His athleticism is undeniable. elite arm strength. He's big. He even added pounds and showed that he could commit to, getting a task done in a short amount of time, with adding all that weight before the combine. But he can't really read coverages. And I would argue that's like 60% of being a quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. Look, the kid's built like a fucking edge, and he plays quarterback much better than most. And I, once again, I understand them doing it. I'm just not confident in that pick. It's kind of crazy to say like they took the best available and it's not the right guy.
Yeah. And I think you're exactly right. And I'm going to use the bathroom before the Seahawks pick.
No worries. Brock, who do you think the Seahawks take here now? Because I was under the impression that they could go quarterback just to build for the future, but now, do they address the defensive end issues by taking Tyree Wilson?
I mean, I think you definitely got to. They have a quarterback for at least the next couple years. He's been a proven winner. I think you got to focus on your defense here.
Yeah, I think, with Geno Smith's very team friendly deal, it'll work out well for them. And I believe they still have Drew Lock as well. So you have another guy just in case Geno gets hurt. But I think you can let Geno cook.
I agree. I definitely think they're set, not fully set on offense, but they have what they need. This time, this draft, you really got to work on that defense.
Yeah, certainly. The clock is winding down on Seattle. They've only got a minute left to select. Is there a trade happening right now?
The way the clock's looking I'm starting to wonder. And
Yeah.
who do you think up though?
I don't know. I can't think of really anybody that would move up here. Maybe the Titans want to jump up and grab a quarterback.
Jump up and grab Will Levis.
Maybe. Oh, I do have the compensation here for Cardinals Texans. It's all picks, no players. So the Cardinals, they trade the 3rd pick and the 105th pick, and in turn they get holy shit. Okay, they get the Texans, obviously the 12th pick. They also get the 33rd pick, and they get their 2024 first round pick and a 2024 third round. A 2024 first out of the Texans is a huge win for the Cardinals here.
Yeah. Wow.
That's a big time trade. It almost kind of makes me wonder if the Cardinals kind of are waiting on somebody next year.
Maybe. Yeah. There is plenty of quarterbacks coming out. Oh, sorry. Totally thought you were talking about another team. But yes, the Cardinals could just be waiting on next year.
Yeah. They'll probably, the way they're going, maybe they'll just tank this year.
Okay, well, the Seahawks, the pick is in. Okay, they let the clock run all the way down, but the pick is in. Rappaport tweeted just a couple of minutes ago that the phones were ringing in Seattle. They decide to hold on to it, and we will see in just a couple of seconds who they picked. I'm thinking Tyree Wilson.
I don't know. I think that there are offensive aspects of them that also could be improved, but definitely Tyree Wilson. I think that's actually where I have him going is the Seahawks in this pick. Let me check real fast. Yeah,
Luke,
I have
you were on fire right now with your mock draft. I got to be honest.
Yeah, well, the secret is I actually found your time machine without and I just went ahead and got all your answers, or got all the correct answers.
I'm still riding on, if I called that Patriots are going to trade up, I'm taking that as a win.
That'd be a big dub.
As we're talking about teams, maybe holding out for next year's class, Brock, do you have any teams that could be looking for a quarterback that might hold off till next year? Because it seems to be a pretty loaded class.
I think for next year, one that I probably won't surprise you to say, but I think Atlanta's definitely going to be one of those teams. I think they're going to see what Desmond Ridder can do this year, and I think everyone's expecting him not to be anything special. And if Atlanta focuses on their defense, gets a good defensive class this year, and then they trade up next year for a early pick to get a good quarterback, I think that'd be great for them.
Yeah, I definitely see it that way as well. What about the Titans? Do you think that maybe they go for somebody in the second round, or is it gonna be they're gonna hold out for next year?
I feel like don't they have still a good amount of time left in the Tannehill contract?
I believe so, but the rumor
Good
was going
question.
into the draft is that Tannehill is available. Going into this draft, he's available to trade for, but he doesn't have that enough value to even be traded at day one. So, could we see maybe they wait till next year?
If I was Tennessee, I would definitely want to wait till next year because I don't think there's anyone left that would be worth trading
Wow.
for.
Wow.
His name.
Okay. The Seahawks just selected Devin Witherspoon out of Illinois. The first
Over Christian
that is
Gonzalez.
so crazy.
Wow.
What the hell is going on tonight?
Bro, they
That's
drafted Tariq
wow.
Woolen last year. Oh my god.
Yeah, why? Why would they go corner?
Wow.
I mean, I think corner is a position that's becoming honestly more and more important every single year, and maybe they're just wanting to stack up on them.
Holy shit.
I mean, I agree with the way offenses are going. You got to have really good corners and safeties, but I still think if you can win in the inside the box and you can get pressure on the quarterback, it doesn't matter how great your wide receiver. You could have the best wide receiver in the world out there, but if your quarterback's having to run for his life, so I think that was an interesting pick there from him.
Yeah. What a night. This is crazy.
I mean, they added Bobby Wagner back too. He still led the league in tackles last year. I mean, he's not going to be getting after the quarterback, but I mean, that's somebody that's closer to the line. So, God, man, that's a
I'm amazed.
weird pick there.
This is a fucking insane draft.
Yeah, this is fun already.
God. I just got distracted. Okay, I'm sorry. I've been putting out graphics the entire time that we've been recording, and it's very distracting.
Right.
So feel free to just start talking.
For sure. I actually had a question.
Actually, let's any other questions for Brock? If Brock, you want to hang out a little more, or you trying to get out of here?
Unfortunately, I'm at to start packing my things up because I got some homework to continue doing. School is winding down. I got to focus on that.
All right. Well, Brock, I really appreciate you joining us tonight.
Yes.
We witnessed some interesting stuff in the in the 5 picks that you were here, but we really enjoy your presence.
Yes, it was really nice talking to y'all again, and in just a few weeks, I'll be back.
All right. Look forward to it. The return of one Brock Garland to the podcast. Thank you, Brock.
You're welcome.
See you,
Have a good one, man. I'll talk to you later. All right. Well, it's just us for a little bit.
Grayson,
what the
fuck is happening?
Dude, I couldn't tell you. I'm shaking right now. It's all that I could have ever wished for.
Wow.
Oh my God. Like, what is going on?
You can say that the Seahawks wasted one there, but Witherspoon he looked good at Illinois. There is no denying that. With Tariq Woolen, that could potentially set up to be pretty dangerous for wide receivers on the other side.
Oh yeah, like they're gonna have a lockdown pass defense if Devin Witherspoon is just a little bit of what people want him to be. Alongside Tariq Woolen, he's not gonna have to match up with the hardest. He's not gonna have to match up a number 1 wide receiver as a rookie. Tariq Woolen, now with a year of experience, can take on that role and prove to be a game changer.
Exactly. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Tariq Woolen, I mean, with the amount of picks he had last year, he definitely proved he can be kind of more of your lockdown guy instead of your corner 2 guy. And I think that's what's going to have to happen if Devin Witherspoon is going to want to be successful. And I mean, to the same point, I actually just thought of this. We can make the same point with Devin Witherspoon that we did with Anthony Richardson. Devin Witherspoon does not have to be cornerback 1 on this team, Grayson. He can develop under a good head coach in Pete Carroll, and we can just go from there. I think this is actually going to be great for more so Devin Witherspoon than the Seahawks, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, the Seahawks are already in a good spot. This wasn't, their pick. This is the pick from the Broncos that they got for Russ. Oh, wait, what just happened?
The Cardinals just traded.
Yeah, the Cardinals just traded up to take the Lions pick at 6. What dude, the Cardinals are on some other shit.
Oh my. This has to be Tyree Wilson, right?
It's got to be. You can't pass up Tyree Wilson at this point because he will be gone before you get the opportunity.
Dude,
so this means that Jalen Carter might actually drop to the Falcons.
Oh my god! I have a feeling
excited.
that this. Grayson, you and I both know we didn't really say it, but my spidey senses were tingling that this draft was going to be like unother we've ever seen. And I know we've kind of talked about it, but this is like I think the most extreme we could have asked for. I mean, this is fantastic.
Yeah, it's a fantastic inaugural draft special, and I'm glad that everybody is along for the ride.
Yeah, wow. They're giving us a lot of content, aren't they? We're not just sitting here with our freaking thumbs up our asses. We're we're freaking out over here.
Oh my god, dude, what is happening? And now that they're just letting this clock wind down. It's really killing me. Typically, if you're gonna trade up, you know what you want.
Yeah, exactly. Or maybe they just said, to hell with it, trade and we'll figure it out later. Fuck it.
You know what they're doing right now is they're contemplating between Tyree Wilson and Jalen Carter.
Oh man, I would love to see Jalen Carter in Atlanta. I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But what do you think? I mean, you're the Falcons fan. What do you think about Jalen Carter in Atlanta?
I would love to see it. I think it'll work because there's nothing better than having Calais Campbell as the veteran defensive tackle to learn from, and the pick is in for the Cardinals. But if we can get Jalen Carter, I would be ecstatic. So
I mean, they've been saying the Falcons never draft the top dogs from Georgia. No pun intended. I think this is the year where they finally listen to their fans and break it.
I hope so, man.
If he slips, but yeah, we'll have to see.
All right. Well, before we see what this pick is, who do you think it is?
I think it's Tyree Wilson.
All right, I'm in the same boat.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, this has been a flooring night, and we haven't even gotten to the 6th pick yet. Like, this is crazy.
This is amazing.
Oh man,
Tyree Wilson is a gigantic player.
He really is. It's crazy. 6'6", 271. Like, fuck, dude.
Unbelievable.
Oh my god, man. I'm at a loss for words. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
I want to see what this compensation is with Detroit. It looks like so the Cardinals take the 6th, the Lions get the 12th overall pick and the 34th overall pick. So nothing crazy.
Dang, still no Buddha.
Okay, so wait, it changed. Okay, so now the Lions trade pick 6 and pick 81 for picks 12, 34, and 168. So only a this year type of trade.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god, dude. I'm like how? How? This is insane.
Oh. What do we know?
I think we're about
to. You made
a
noise.
Sorry, I think we're about to.
You're good. Yeah. I'm just still stuck on Devin Weatherspoon. We haven't. See, this is bad for our mental state, Grayson, because we haven't had enough time to react to the shit that's already happened.
All right. Yep, there it is. Paris Johnson Jr. Oh my god. Offensive tackle out of Ohio State. Ohio State in the running for the most now. They've got 2 guys off the board. What a fantastic... They listened to Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
Yeah, Kyler Murray is definitely going to be pretty happy about this pick. Paris Johnson Jr. is an absolute dog and deserved to be the first offensive lineman taken in this draft, in my opinion.
Certainly. This is crazy. Tyree Wilson and Jalen Carter are both available at 7.
Unbelievable. And
wow.
I think the Raiders take Christian Gonzalez now.
Oh, they have to. They have to.
They have to.
But also, they could use a defensive tackle, and they could use a defensive end. So, you know what? Maybe they're just going to pick a tight end. I don't know.
I could see offensive line too. I mean, I think in my draft I had Paris Johnson actually going to Las Vegas. I still live in
Could
2013.
scoop up Skoronski.
Or Peter Skronsky out of Northwestern.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys. Or Broderick Jones. I mean, I think he's pretty great. I could see, maybe if a team likes their interview with him better than the other guy, he's a guy that you can take at 7, in my opinion.
Yeah, certainly. Dude, this is just wow.
Yeah, I think the only thing that could make the draft better, give teams 3 minutes.
Yeah, give them less.
Let it be rapid fire. Let it be rapid fire.
That would be fucking chaos, dude. Oh my god. I'm kind of amazed. Like, we got the report earlier this week, I think maybe at the end of last week, that Kyler Murray had made it known in the building that he liked Paris Johnson and that he wanted him, and Cardinals are putting trust in their guy.
Yeah, I actually had this question for Brock. This was what I meant to ask earlier, but I couldn't remember what it was. Is Kyler Murray, does he still have a place in this league? Or do you think maybe with the first rounder next year that the Cardinals have just acquired, that could go to a quarterback?
He's still got a spot because he's got money.
He does have money.
That's true. That's what's holding him there, I think.
Yeah, but back to my question, do you think he still, though, has a place in this league? Do you think we could still see that potential unlocked?
I think so. We've seen a good Kyler Murray in the NFL, and if we can see it more, and I think the hard part is injuries. He's a small guy. He's going to get hurt. But, if we can see a little bit more out of him, then I would have no problem with, seeing Kyler Murray succeed in this league. I have nothing against him. I need to see him play better before I really believe in him.
I'm in the same boat. And, basically what I want to see from Kyler Murray is more consistency. I want to see the wins come for the Cardinals. And I want to see playoff success. I mean, you and I actually watched his first playoff game together against the Rams at Taco Mac. You remember that?
It's true. I do remember that.
And wow, was that brutal for Kyler Murray. I mean, literally no one else but Kyler Murray.
Yeah, that was that was rough.
And when it comes to quarterbacks, man, there is added pressure in the playoffs. You have to be more of a leader, more clutch, more perfect. And Kyler Murray, couldn't step up. But obviously, he's still young. He still probably has that potential that can be kind of tapped in. But yeah, basically for Kyler Murray, consistency and success in the playoffs for me.
Yeah, I think that you're right. We need to see a little bit more out of that teeny little guy. I couldn't help myself. I said little, and it just made me have to make a joke about him being short. But
I thought that was funny.
Let's talk a little bit just to recap what's already happened. So let's go with this because there's been a ton of surprises already. What was the biggest surprise pick here?
Oh man. That's a good question. Definitely the Texans trading for the third pick, in my opinion.
Yeah, I personally think Devin Witherspoon is the biggest surprise so far.
Yeah, he's another big one too. But towards the end, kind of with what kind of Brock mentioned, is Devin Witherspoon postseason got this kind of random attention and just skyrocketed. I don't think he was on many first rounders like in March.
Yeah, that's true. And he's really good. That's the thing. We overlooked him a little bit, maybe because of what I talked about earlier. He's a little bit small, things like that. Vegas's pick is in. But, it's just you see things in the offseason and it can completely sway a team. And obviously the Seahawks really liked what they saw out of Devin Witherspoon. Maybe it was just that he was the second guy that they wanted and one of the guys that they maybe thought would drop to him didn't. And that's just who they got.
But it kind of brings up, another point, and this is something that you and I could probably talk about for a while, is why take Devin Witherspoon instead of a guy like Christian Gonzalez who, dare I say, has proven himself more? even I would argue that Joey Porter has proven himself. Joey Porter Jr. Has proven himself more. I think I'm leaving one guy out that was also pretty highly.
Deonte Banks.
Yeah, Deonte Banks. Like, do you think Devin Weatherspoon is clearly better than all or most of those guys? Even
I don't think so, but kind of what I said was a bit of his weakness is also a strength. I said earlier, like he still has to learn. Like there's still a game to learn for him, and maybe the Seahawks see that as a good thing. Like maybe they see it as a willingness to learn, a willingness to just get better, and maybe that's something that they didn't quite see out of other guys that they talked to.
yeah, and I know the kind of whole learning thing is a big quality that I feel like a lot of scouts draft off of, but not a lot of people talk about. Yeah, so that's a good point there. And to the point that I kind of made earlier is Devin Weatherspoon doesn't have to be the shutdown corner here like Sauce, came in and did. He doesn't have to be a freak athlete. He can make mistakes at corner too. He's just got to make up for it, and like with what you said, have that willingness to learn.
Yeah, I think that there is a lot of opportunity for him to be great, with the Seahawks, but I'm still going to question this pick. I think this is going to be one where, for the first couple years of their respective careers, we're going to talk about, should Devin Witherspoon have gone ahead of Christian Gonzalez, and should he have gone ahead of even Joey Porter Jr., which some people didn't think he would.
Yeah, I mean, last year, I feel like a big mistake that no one talks about is the Texans didn't take Sauce Gardner. They went with Derek Stingley, who had a pretty good season in his own right, but Sauce Gardner was literally the best corner in the league last year as a rookie. And no one talks about the Texans passed him up, so maybe we have kind of a similar situation here.
Yeah, I could definitely see that being the case. Luke, who do you think made the safest pick so far in this draft?
Oh, 100% Bryce Young. Tyree Wilson.
There he is. Wow. Dude, what the fuck? Christian Gonzalez has now dropped.
Slipping.
Oh my God. Are we okay? Well, now, okay. First of all, let's talk about Tyree Wilson. Fantastic fucking pick. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Like he should not be in this spot, and I think Vegas has recognized that.
Wait. Hang on. We need to talk about the fact that Tyree Wilson now gets to play with Max Crosby, dude.
Oh my
God. That is exactly what I just thought of. That's gonna be deadly, bro.
I would be so scared.
Man, that's gonna be. Do they play opposite sides? Well, I mean, they're gonna have to.
Yeah, they have to be on the field at the same time.
Oh my gosh. Dang, you got one guy who's proven,
Dude.
and the other guy's like 6'6", 270, and is fast as fuck.
Oh my God, this draft, dude. All right, well, I think this is a fantastic time to welcome in our second guest, so I'm going to go ahead and get him in here. Colin, welcome to the program.
What's up?
Colin.
How you feeling right now? This has been an interesting draft.
Dude, it's after 1 and 2, it has just been insane. Like, after what happened between Houston and Arizona, jeez.
Dude, I'm floored right now. I don't even know what to say.
Dude,
It's crazy.
I thought Vegas was gonna go Gonzalez.
Yeah, that's what we
100%.
were just talking about. Was like, and at the same time, what's up with Seattle? Why'd they go corner? They already have Tariq Woolen.
Dude, I have no idea. I thought for sure they were going Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I think a lot of people had Jalen Carter.
Well, and I thought that there was the opportunity for, even like Tyree Wilson or Jalen Carter to go to the Cardinals, and then they pick up Paris Johnson, who, earlier this week we heard Kyler Murray wanted him there. So this has just been insane start to this draft.
Yeah, so here's the thing. ATL on the clock now. Gonzalez or Carter, which one?
Man, yeah, I want Jalen Carter.
It's time to break the trend and bring a dog to Atlanta, I think. And I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Besides, they have AJ Terrell already, who's looked good and consistent for them. So I think it'll definitely be Jalen Carter here. And if it's not, Falcons fans that are also dog fans are not going to be happy.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the only thing that makes sense at the moment.
Yeah.
Because we don't need Bijan. Skronsky would be a plus, but we can get an offensive tackle later down the road.
He's in.
Jalen Carter, he's got to go. He's got to come off the board right here.
Yep, I think so too.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I wouldn't mind Christian Gonzalez, but like Luke said, we have AJ Terrell, who's been a very good corner for us, and we also just traded for Jeff Okuda, who I kind of want to see what he offers.
Exactly.
Yeah, not to mention you got Jesse Bates joining the secondary as well too. So
yeah,
Carter.
Dude, what Anthony Richardson?
Dude, it's insane.
I know.
Jeez,
it's the wrong place for him.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I knew the Colts were gonna do it. I knew it.
It's just Indy making Indy moves.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Colin, how about your Bama boys?
Dude, that was I did not expect that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody did.
Actually, go ahead, Colin. I have a question for you after though.
No, go ahead, ask it.
Okay, so Grayson kind of told me a little bit about Will Anderson Jr. just now too, but I want you to convey this message to me. All right, is Will Anderson Jr. in an edge-loaded draft good enough for the Texans to do what they did? Is he really that big of a deal at edge?
I believe so. He's that athletic freak that can just do whatever on the defensive line. I think the hype is all about him. But moving aside of that, the Falcons pick is in.
Yes, sure is. Colin, I like that you're leading this. I'm glad because I think me and Luke are still speechless from all of these crazy things that have happened. So I'm glad we have you here to keep us level.
Dude, we just got Bijan Robinson.
There's no way.
No way. You're joking. He's lying.
No.
What are we doing?
He's lying. You're lying.
You gotta be kidding. You gotta be kidding, right?
I think he's totally joking right now. I'm not gonna lie.
No.
Bijan this early.
Fuck. Oh, look, I love Bijan Robinson. I can't say that I don't, but what the fuck?
Pump the brakes. I'm not saying anything until it pops up on my screen.
Yeah, it still hasn't showed up on ESPN's draft ticker, which is what we're following because we didn't want to be off. But if you're watching it right now, fuck.
I've been
dude.
I got a Bleacher Report over here on the side.
Okay.
And
I still haven't seen it. Like I haven't even seen a tweet yet.
Yeah.
Dude, well, here's the thing. If
I do see one now.
Say we get Bijan Robinson here. Dude, is the concern about Jalen Carter really that serious?
I don't think it is. I think that it's more that the Falcons don't necessarily have to get a defensive tackle.
Yeah, but let's say not even moving with the Falcons. There was two teams that I for sure thought would be all over Jalen Carter with Seattle and Detroit. But
it's true.
As it seemed, I guess there's a bigger problem that we aren't too sure about. So, how far is he gonna drop?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still waiting on this Bijan Robinson thing to update. Like, I still haven't seen anything.
ESPN is so slow.
Yeah,
but here's the thing: what if the Eagles get Jalen Carter at 10?
Dude. Nah, there's no way. Like, I know they need to fill the hole of Javon Hargrave, but man, Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis running it back.
Like Kobe Dean behind him.
Dude,
that's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, I know this isn't the news right now, but I actually just saw on my phone. I got two baseball guys here with me, and you guys need to consult me now. Aaron Judge, awkward slide at third base, exits in the fourth.
It's tough, buddy.
Oof.
Fuck the Yankees.
I mean, it's hard when an 8-foot giant tries to slide late.
It's true.
He is an awkward guy.
Dude, the Braves
what the fuck ESPN load.
Braves fell today, bro.
Yeah, it was a tough one. AJ Minter is not a closer.
Yeah, I can't wait for Rocio Iglesias to get back.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right, but I mean, all right, so Let's look at pick 9 with Chicago. Who do we think's coming off the board right here?
Peter Skoronsky.
Nah, it's got to be Jalen Carter.
Yeah. Wasn't that who they were originally going to draft at 1? That'd be kind of funny if he ended up falling to him anyway.
Bro, Chicago is loving this right now.
And oh my God!
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I think something crazy just happened.
All right.
Chicago just traded with Philadelphia.
Oh my God! Dale Carter's going to be an Eagle.
Dude, what the fuck? There's no way.
Ronnie is jumping up and down right now.
Dude, there's no fucking way.
So, okay, Falcons fans, Carter, Grayson, or not? Why did I call you Carter? Carter, I am so
talking about Jalen Carter.
talking about Jalen Carter. Colin, Grayson, is Bijan like? How are y'all feeling right now?
Okay, look, I'm fine with it, but Tyler Algier was that guy last year.
Exactly. It's like I want to see what Tyler Algier can do with the full snaps. Not splitting with Cordell.
Yeah, what does this mean for Cordero Patterson?
Is Cordell just full special teams now?
I hope not. I still think he's got some gas in the tank.
I was about to say I think he has proven more than enough. He's not, just kind of your Devin Hester guy. I think he's actually a really good running back.
ATL might end up throwing him out in the slot. Let him run some quick slants and just take off.
I'm down for that.
Dude, I did not see us taking Bijan.
Yeah. Dude, I'm so lost. And like now this trade, oh my God. Dude, what is happening?
But can I just say I'm loving that Will Levis is still on the board.
Yep.
He needs to stay there.
Couldn't be happier.
Forever.
I don't know anybody that likes that guy.
I've come to the realization that it's not even that like I hate his game. I hate him as a person.
Was he the dude who he was like throwing like 60-yard dots from his knees, right? Was that Will Levis or like on a kneel or something?
Wouldn't surprise me to see him on his knees.
Yeah, no, dude, he's got an arm. That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he puts mayo in his coffee, eats bananas with the peel on them.
Yeah, those are your first.
You go take Jalen Carter.
Colin, you got to stop ruining it for us, okay?
I'm sorry.
Pull up what I have showing here, and stop looking at other stuff.
I'm trying to,
I can't. I don't want you breaking the news to me, okay?
All right, I'll get rid of this. But wow,
it's the right pick. Like, what can I say? It's the right pick to take Jalen Carter. If that's, I guess that's true, since you were right about Bijan. I have to just accept that you're right. But wow, dude, this is so fucking crazy. All right, Colin, I got some questions for you. That we've been a little busy, but how do you feel about your sorry, I did already ask you that one, but who's a sleeper in this class out of Alabama that we might see on day 2 or day 3?
So you said just an Alabama player, day 2, day 3?
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing: is Brian Branch going at the end of the first round? The way this draft is shaping up,
That's true.
Or will we see him go day 2, day 3? Will Latu sneak in there?
That's the guy that I've been eyeing as like a potential sleeper is Cameron Latu. And
yeah, dude.
So I think it's Henry Toa.
Toa, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, they're freaks.
Yeah.
Like it's Bama Bill. They're gonna keep climbing. And the way that this draft is going, you don't know where they're gonna go.
What do you think about Jahmyr Gibbs going in the first round, Colin? You think that's too much for him, or what do you think about Jahmyr Gibbs?
I think he's a day 2, day 3. I don't really see him working in day 1. His play style, I don't see it working. The only team I can see it possibly working is if he goes to the Saints and partners up with Kamara. just with Kamara's problem with staying on the field, that would be his best bet. But I don't see him sticking in the first round.
Yeah, Kamara did have a lot of fumbles last year. It might be nice for the Saints to kind of follow suit like what the rest of the NFL's doing and kind of go with the two-back system with Jahmyr Gibbs. So I actually kind of like that take there.
Yeah, New Orleans they're gonna draft a running back and tell Kamara to get his shit together or his time is limited.
I like
They better. Because they're fucking themselves over right now, having him play like shit.
Yeah, he's supposed to be their franchise guy.
Yeah.
But now I'm looking at Chris Olave.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Michael Thomas can't stay on the field. I can't even think. Landry's not still on the Saints, right?
Nope.
Yeah, he's gone. It's really all they've got in the wide receivers.
I was about to say, I can't really think of anybody else. But,
oh, man.
I mean, do you franchise tag Taysom Hill?
I'm not a fan.
What, dude? You don't like the 8-tool athlete?
No, I don't.
Swiss Army knife out there, man.
Great, didn't he win you fantasy?
Yeah, he didn't win me shit.
All right.
He sucked. I didn't even win fantasy. You're just making me feel bad. I came in second.
I came fourth, okay?
Okay, so now
Jalen Carter.
Now it officially says Jalen Carter, but Bears on the clock. What are we thinking here?
The league should have had they should have had an agreement not to let Jalen Carter go to Philly, man.
Yeah,
I am so mad because I know we need to talk about this next pick, but I had Jalen Carter going to the Falcons completely off of a whim. That was a bold pick, I think, on my opinion. And the fact that it ended up being a possibility and didn't happen, I'm even more upset.
Yeah, Atlanta really fumbled the bag right there. I'm not.
Yeah.
But
I don't even want to talk about it anymore because I know I'm gonna be talking about it for the next week.
Yeah. All right. Well, while the Bears are on the clock, I'm gonna run to the restroom. You guys keep this conversation going.
All right.
Luke, so you think Skoronski's going next?
I think it's got to be Skoronski. I feel like this entire offseason has kind of been based off of, what can we do for Justin Fields? They already got DJ Moore, who I feel like a lot of people, wow, the pick's already in. A lot of people haven't really been talking about that part of the trade. DJ Moore is going to be wonderful for Justin Fields. And I feel like they kind of go to the other side of, helping out your quarterback, which would be protection. So I like Peter Skoronski.
Okay. I could also see them, the way this draft is going, picking up Gonzalez.
I could too.
They need help in the secondary.
Yeah, they don't really have much secondary. They're the front of their defense I feel like looks pretty good, but I can see Christian Gonzalez too.
Yeah, Eddie Jackson is really the only one that's been stepping up. Whenever we think of Chicago defense, it's Eddie Jackson taking a pick six to the house.
Exactly. And Eddie Jackson, as we both know, is he definitely aging. I think he's like 32.
Yeah,
so
he's on the back half. So I think you can keep building up your there's plenty of O linemen that you can satisfy with. There's not a lot of cornerbacks and secondary help in this year's draft.
For sure.
And if I'm Chicago, I'm looking next year's offensive players are 10 times better than this year.
Yeah, and I mean, I could even see them maybe going Marvin Harrison Jr. early on if they have a pick high enough to kind of help out with wide receiver, help out with Justin Fields, like I said earlier. But definitely this year, I think you go Skoronski. But, like you said, there are other offensive linemen that could definitely get drafted here.
Yeah, I agree. And also, I mean, from my notes, I had Paris Johnson still being here.
Chicago. Okay, yeah.
But I didn't assume that he was going to get taken by the Cardinals.
I didn't either. I had him going to Vegas, which I think would have been the other team there. But Colin, I actually have a question for you that Grayson has here in the prep sheet.
All right.
What do you think are the what's the best pick up to this point?
The best pick I'm probably gonna go with is it. It just happened.
Yeah.
Jalen Carter to the Eagles.
Okay. Yeah. I can see that there.
But besides that, I think I'm sort of pro and con for what Houston did at 2 and 3. They got two of the, if not the two best players in the draft, one on offense, one on defense, to really set a building block for their team years to come. But the thing that worries me is what they gave up.
Okay. And I don't know, man. I think I'm thinking kind of, I guess, only optimistically, what they gave up might be worth it for these two guys. But I do, I like how you're bringing up the other side because they did give up, some pretty risky stuff.
Yeah, like 12 and 33 for this year. And then your first next year and your third next year. That's a lot.
Yeah, and even go ahead. Sorry,
I was just gonna say, especially looking at the class next year.
Yeah, and even what I kind of wanted to get out of you whenever I asked you about that Will Anderson, whenever I brought up Will Anderson, is even you admitted that Will Anderson is that guy. He is a dog. As an Alabama fan, you would definitely know.
Yeah.
But you even didn't sound convicted, with this draft class. The Texans probably didn't need to trade up to get him or get another good edge. There still would have been Tyree Wilson there. There still would have been, other guys there that you probably could have gone with that are also a good edge.
Yeah, I agree with that. But DeMarco Ryan, I'm not going to question. Yeah. I know he has a connection with Will Anderson ever since they met last year. So I know Will Anderson is his guy that he wants to build the future of Texas defense around. I'm not going to question that.
Yeah, I am back, just to let y'all know.
All right. So, Grayson, who you think comes off the board right here?
Right here, it's got to be Skoronski in my mind. You got to protect your guy. And you committed to Justin Fields this offseason by trading that first pick and picking up Darnell Mooney. You got to take Skoronski.
So, are there any other offensive tackles that can maybe slide in front of Skoronski that maybe better fit?
Maybe, who's the kid out of Tennessee? Darnell Wright is one.
Darnell Wright.
I don't see Broderick Jones being this high in the draft.
Well, the pick is in.
Yeah, the pick's in. It's just kind of sitting in limbo right now.
We're just sitting here waiting.
It's Darnell Wright. Holy shit!
Wow, Grayson.
What?
And you went to the bathroom. That's pretty suspicious.
No,
is the bathroom your time machine?
No.
Hey,
right?
Did you pull up a? Did you pull up the script?
Nah,
you got
dude.
The script?
No, dude. I swear.
All right, so Tennessee right here, they are drafting Stetson Bennett, quarterback out of the University of Georgia.
Hell fucking no. That ain't happening.
I could get drafted higher than Stetson Bennett if I entered the draft right now.
So, what are we thinking here for the Titans?
I think you go wide receiver.
I don't know. I kind of like Levis here. Oh man, I would love for them to go wide receiver, and if they do, it's got to be JSN. But
pick is already in.
Oh my god! Well, they fucking know what they want. I have a feeling they're pretty excited that somebody dropped to them. If they're gonna put that pick in that quick.
So I feel like it's either Gonzalez or Levis. If they pick that quick,
yeah,
it's either Gonzalez or Levis because they're not going Skoronski. There's no reason to.
No,
because they need weapons.
Yeah,
and they need someone who's gonna be electric on the back end of the field if they do go Gonzalez.
To be honest, I wouldn't count out Skoronski here.
Really?
Yeah. Look, he's a great offensive lineman, and they have an aging offensive line. They, I believe, let somebody go at the end of the season. Well, they let Taylor Lewan go. I believe, blanking on his name. Is it Ben Jones?
Maybe.
I believe he left as well.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is, but I believe that's his name. They let him go as well. You got to have blocking if you're going to have Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry behind him.
That's a
And
good point.
it,
But
it
go ahead.
very
Sorry.
well could be Skoronski here.
It could be Skoronski. You're definitely right in saying that the Titans could definitely, they have room to upgrade that position, but I'm kind of with Colin on this one. The Titans need to not play it conservative for this first round. They need to go someone big and someone that'll have like kind of an immediate impact. And I think you're either going to find that at quarterback or wide receiver.
Yeah, I get the idea there.
Yeah,
I
because
like that. I don't know. Wide receiver could be a good pick, but I think it's Will Levis, and I think that's probably the best one. But wide receiver wouldn't be that bad.
bro, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting to see who it is. It literally just sits here for years.
Yep. This is the draft. Oh man. What a day already. Crazy.
Dude,
Yeah.
the more I say here, the more Grayson's reasoning for Skoronski makes sense.
Dude, I'm saying, I really think that's not a pick we should overlook. I think Will Levis would be their best pick. I think Skoronski is gonna be the guy they go with.
We're gonna have to see. I mean, I did actually look it up while y'all were talking. I think this is Tannehill's last year.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Yep.
shit. Well, that kind of changes things then.
Yep.
Maybe they're
And
riding with Malik.
Also, I wanted to, could be riding with Malik. I wanted to bring up this point too. In 2020, he signed the extension that's about to run up. I just wanted to mention that extension that he signed was worth $118 million for 3 years.
That's outrageous.
So, I'm not gonna say it. I just saw a tweet, and I'm not gonna say it unless you want me to say it.
Hold
I'll wait.
on.
Yeah, I want a live reaction. I want a live reaction here. Are we going to be disappointed, Colin?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But yo, Grayson, it's about time. All the Lamar Jackson stuff is finally over with.
Yeah, we talked about it at the top of the episode. What's your feelings about it?
Well, immediately I'm just happy it's over. I'm tired of seeing about it.
Yeah.
Second, it's just I don't know, like 185 million guaranteed, 5-year. It seemed that the Ravens they got their guy. That's sort of where I'm at. Like,
You think that he would have been better off leaving?
I think so. I think Lamar Jackson's one of those guys that is better on a change of scenery. I just feel like he's got some bad blood after all this happening in Baltimore. I just don't think he's going to be happy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll have to see because he made it pretty clear he wanted to leave. He requested a trade in March. So that's not really a question here, but I think that the only thing making him want to leave was the money. And now they picked up Odell and they threw out the biggest bag, and they obviously did what it took, and they're going to continue to do it because if they fuck this up anymore, they're going to be really fucked over because now they've paid him and they're not getting what they want out of him.
Yeah. And I can rest assured they did not want to rely their franchise on Tyler Huntley.
Yeah. Hey, you're a Pro Bowler. Don't forget it.
Shut up.
All right. Well, on the topic of Pro Bowlers, now that we're out of the top 10, how many future Pro Bowlers do we think have been selected in this top 10?
Good question.
Let's take a look, shall we?
Future Pro Bowlers.
Let's say a Pro Bowler in the next 5 years. We'll make it a little easier.
I'm gonna
go 2.
Colin, you said 6?
6.
God damn.
I'm going with 2, and give me Jalen Carter and Will Anderson Jr. I think those are the sure locks.
Devin Witherspoon, I think, will be a Pro Bowler.
Okay. Yeah, I think my guys are. I'm gonna go with 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna change mine to 4. 6
Okay.
was a little high.
I'm gonna go.
6. I'm gonna be honest. 6 was a little high.
All right, my 3 are Will Anderson, and then both the offensive linemen, Paris Johnson and Darnell Wright.
No, Jalen Carter?
Unfortunately, not.
Wow.
It's hard, man. There's some really good fucking defensive tackles, especially in the NFC. It's gonna be hard to make it over some guys.
That's a good point.
Okay, it's Peter Skoronski. Okay,
Okay, Grayson.
Skoronski. I'm a
Okay,
genius.
Grayson.
Get me in the war room, damn it.
Buddy's been watching too much draft day.
Unbelievable.
I'm gonna just go ahead and be honest. I've never watched it outside of TikTok clips.
You need to watch it, bro. It's a great movie.
I do need to watch it. It's been on the list.
Kevin Costner plays a great.
He's just overall a great sports movie actor.
Exactly.
That's a good point, actually.
There's just a scene in that movie that's iconic.
Well, let's talk about Detroit's pick here. At number 12, what's going to happen here? Because
Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah?
I'm not too sure about that.
Take his in.
Oh, well, okay. Well, that means we're going to wait here for fucking 10 minutes because of how slow ESPN is. But, yeah, this is fucking insane, dude.
Yeah, Gonzalez is who I had original with their number 6 pick. I think that Detroit have found themselves really lucky here for him to slip, because they honestly could have thought that Christian Gonzalez, they may have thought another cornerback could have slipped to him, because this is, in my opinion, a cornerback heavy draft. We have like 5 or 6 going in the first round. I think, in my opinion, at least. So they may have thought Christian Gonzalez could slip, or they may have thought there was no way they could have gotten him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Interesting fact about this pick, though. It is now officially gone to its 4th team. This pick was originally Cleveland's. It got traded to Houston for Deshaun Watson. It got traded to Arizona for the 3rd pick, and then traded to Detroit now for the 12th. This is fucking absurd.
Hey,
And
who's the next best running back on the board? Sorry to interrupt
best running
you.
back? It's got to be Jahmyr Gibbs, but
I was about to say,
not even going to go in the first round.
I don't know. You don't think with Bijan getting taken that early that kind of gives Jahmyr Gibbs even more of a chance to go round 1?
Maybe. It depends. Are the Chargers going to go running back? Are they out of is Eckler gone? Do we know this? That's the thing that I'm looking at, is really the Chargers.
It's just weird seeing. I did not think Bijan. I thought Bijan was going to go mid to late first round.
Yeah, I had him going 21 to the Chargers in my mock draft.
Dude, it's it opens the floor for Detroit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does Detroit pick up Jahmyr Gibbs here?
No, but does Detroit pick up Dalton Kincaid here, a guy that I think they're going to pick later? Nope, they fucking picked Jahmyr Gibbs.
Man.
What the fuck? What the fuck? No way.
I'm just never going to talk football again.
Yeah.
What the fuck just happened?
I don't have enough knowledge to do this anymore.
Dude, what the hell?
Grayson, it would have been no different if we went in here without any notes, did any talk about the draft, because this is just crazy.
What the fuck?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, you can just throw your mock drafts away, guys.
Yeah.
Why? He's literally the same running back that you already have.
Well, they did lose Jamal Williams, and
so why are you picking up a receptions heavy running back when you already have DeAndre Swift, which you already use in that position?
I was about to say you're literally just getting a second smaller DeAndre Swift.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I understand if you're picking up another Jamal Williams who's going to get that 1-yard touchdown, but
dude, that in my mind is a huge choke job by the Lions.
That was
they literally could have gotten fucking anybody they wanted at number 6. They decide to trade down, and they take a guy that they probably could have taken with the 34th pick that they just got in the trade.
That's...
Dude, this is absurd.
I would have been happier to see them take Nolan Smith.
Yeah. No, 100%. And I mean, not to mention, they did trade away Hawkinsocks to their rival in the NFC North. Didn't address tight end at all. Instead, we're going to go running back.
Well, they still have the 18th pick, so
which could end up actually. I could see both of the tight ends being left. But
I think they get Michael Mayer.
I think it's Dalton Kincaid because I said it. I think in our mock draft episode, he's like a carbon copy of T.J. Hawkinson. Like receiving first, insanely good hands, similar build, similar size, like everything. Like if they're trying to replace the guy that was so good for them, then you go with the guy that is just like him.
But I don't know if that's really what the Lions were doing. I think there's a reason that they traded Hawkinson, and that's because he wasn't as much of a utility guy as like Darnell Washington can be at his freak size and freak weight. He can. I mean, we watched him hurdle somebody against Oregon. He's good after the catch. He has okay hands. And I think he kind of fits more of that Lions style. So, I mean, Dalton Kincaid, I think he might be more talented than Darnell Washington, but I don't know if that's what the Lions would want, is to just kind of replace Hawkinson. I think they would look for something different.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Colin, we're going to have you on for an extra pick because originally we had you going off after the 12th, but I want you here for the Packers pick. Before you go, I do want to have I have a couple of questions for you. So, just for the whole group here, who were you guys surprised is still on the board?
Gonzalez, 100%.
Yeah, I'm right behind Colin.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. It's absolutely crazy that he's still on the board at 13.
Yeah, he had a phenomenal combine and a phenomenal season.
Yeah, and he's got a great build. He's 6'1", 197. I feel like he plays a little bigger than that. Like, it sounds kind of weird, but, like, he plays like a huge corner, and he's got crazy speed. He's super physical. He's very good at getting to where he needs to be by the end of the route. Like, that's one of the things that I've noticed the most about him when watching him play is that he can find exactly where he needs to be just based off of where his wide receiver's going and looking at his eyes and his hands.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Will Levis, too. I mean, may not be one of the more talented quarterbacks. And I mean, I think us three, sitting together can say that we think he might be kind of phony, compared to like the hype that we've seen around him. But I thought he'd be by now.
Sorry, I had Sam Darnold stuck in my throat.
Oh, yeah. Had to get it out.
Pause. Yo, what?
But no, Christian Gonzalez compares most to AJ Terrell, in my opinion.
I think, I don't know. AJ Terrell's kind of small. I would maybe compare him more to Devin Witherspoon.
But AJ Terrell, just like Gonzalez, plays big.
Yeah, that's fair. I can see that.
They play very similar.
Actually, they're like the exact same size. They're both 6'1", and Christian Gonzalez is 3 pounds more. So, all right, never mind.
So great. What do you think's going on with Green Bay right here?
I think we cannot sleep on the fact that they could go tight end. With Robert Tonyan gone, and now Rodgers is gone, Jordan Love's going to need a reliable pass catcher, and they could go Dalton Kincaid here.
But could they go JSN here?
Yeah, I think the JSN would be the best if they're going to go wide receiver, only because he is like a slot, short yardage receiver, and that's going to help him out so much. Because you already have Christian Watson, who's the deep threat. It's very obvious, but if you get a slot receiver that is very consistent, strong hands, not really afraid to run through the middle, JSN would be a great pick if they want to go wide receiver. I wouldn't sleep on them going outside linebacker, though, here. You've got plenty of guys still here. I really like Nolan Smith here for Green Bay.
Yeah, I like that. I remember Aaron Rodgers really wanted JSN. And now that Aaron Rodgers is gone, it would not surprise me to see Green Bay just still take JSN.
Maybe Aaron Rodgers could still get him.
Yeah, I was about to say the Jets pick 2 picks later.
Yeah.
It's just,
Man.
but again, like we said, this draft has been so weird. It wouldn't surprise me to see them take an edge rusher in
Yep,
Lucas
they
Van Ness.
did. Holy shit. What the fuck? What is going on, dude? Like, I get the pick, certainly, but I would have thought outside linebacker over defensive end. I think Lucas Van Ness is fantastic. I had him going to the Eagles, so yeah, I definitely get this pick here.
Yeah.
All right, Patriots up next. Let's go ahead and get what you want. I'll let you hang out till Luke's back.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Do the Patriots hang it up on Mac and just draft?
I
Do
don't
they
think
get Will
so.
Levis here?
I think they get
next
Zay
year, yes.
Flowers. Zay
I
Flowers.
think next year, yes. If Mac Jones doesn't perform this year, I think next draft for sure, Colin.
Yeah, and I love Mac Jones to death, but I'm in the same boat. He's not performing. He's been given time.
It's got to be Zay
And-
Flowers here. I'm sorry. I have to cut you off. If the Patriots don't select Zay Flowers, I'm going to be very mad.
Tell me why you think they should.
Because I truly, deep in my soul, believe that he's the best wide receiver in this class.
Okay. So when they take JSN, are you going to be?
I'm going to be
Yeah.
surprised, for sure. But
I think
First.
JSN's got it.
uh,
I think JSN's got it.
all right, Colin. Well, we'll let you hear the pick. I'm going to get you out of here. I don't want to be unfair and give you too much time compared to the other guys that are hopping in.
I understand. We're all family here.
Yes.
We all want to have a good time. But again, I appreciate y'all letting me hop on for a couple picks.
Yeah.
You're fantastic, man.
Once we get your reaction to the Patriots, we'll send you on your way. But I do appreciate before we send you off in a couple of minutes. I do appreciate you coming on, and I appreciate you filling out on these last couple of Tuesdays. I know that we all appreciate. Oh shit! Pittsburgh just traded up. What the fuck? I'm sorry, Colin. I had to cut it off.
No,
Pittsburgh just traded up.
No.
Wait,
Oh no, you guys!
they're
didn't
taking
do
Christian
that.
Gonzalez. They
Oh
have
my
to be
God.
taking Christian Gonzalez here.
Bro, Peasy's never gonna come back to Pittsburgh. Nah, they didn't draft his son. He's done. He's done.
Oh
my
my
God.
god. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Dude, this is like what the fuck is happening tonight?
Grayson, as soon as you find out those details, you need to tell me.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I'm on the lookout.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay inside as Luke is about to riot the
The
streets.
people of
I-
Athens, be on alert.
I'm standing up right now. I'm not sitting down anymore.
Okay, so the
I'm like-
Patriots
I'm-
here, I got it real quick. So the Patriots trade back to 17 and as well pick up the 120th pick off the Steelers.
Honestly, I'm fine with it. You know what? We have that 32nd rounder or the 32nd pick in the draft. It'll be the first pick, I think, tomorrow. So I'm actually okay with this, but this better be good.
It's got to be Christian Gonzalez. And I'm going to be honest, Luke. Are you upset that you're getting Christian Gonzalez over Joey Porter Jr.?
I mean, as a Steelers fan, I am bred in that same lineage and tradition that the Steelers follow. But Christian Gonzalez, he does look better than Joey Porter Jr., in my opinion.
Okay, I'm glad that we can come to that conclusion.
But
the,
I was
the
fine
clock
with
just
Beasley
ran out
Jr.
on Pittsburgh. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's I don't think we knew what the fuck we were doing right there.
Okay, no, I think ESPN's draft thing had the clock wrong. They didn't reset it, but the pick is in, according to Twitter. Oh,
Yeah,
there it is. Pick is in.
If it says O-line, I probably will quit this podcast. Colin, you can
Hey,
take my
man,
spot.
you guys can get a dog here. You guys can pick up a dog in Broderick
You
Jones.
can pick up a dog, but we need. Oh my God, I can't deal with the Steelers cornerbacks anymore, man. I can't. This is my chance.
This is what we all wanted, was Luke to stress out over the Steelers pick.
Man.
They had a layup. They had a layup at 17 to just
We
pick
did have
Joey
a
Porter
layup.
Jr.
Yeah, we went from layup to like alley-oop it to win the NBA Finals. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what we're looking at here right now.
They wanted to trade up to get their guy. Joey Porter Jr. is gonna be going to Pittsburgh here, Luke. Believe me.
Oh my God, you think they're going to take him earlier?
I don't even know.
That
bro.
would be insane if they traded up for him over Christian Gonzalez.
I was about to say
I'd have to question the decision making.
Now that we have traded up, I am now under the impression that I think I want Christian Gonzalez rather than Joey Porter Jr. I didn't think he was going to be available this late.
I don't think anybody did.
What if they draft a wide receiver?
Man, after getting Allen Robinson, this guy better be a dog.
Oh, man.
I'm still standing.
They're gonna get Jason, bro. Just watch.
Oh my God, no.
What about Kalijah Cansey at defensive tackle?
I wouldn't like that either. I'm
That was
picky,
a joke.
man.
I'm
picky.
Oh my God, dude. This is
Come on,
insane.
Y'all. Oh man,
dude.
Great. Who's coming on after me?
Jalen.
He's missing a show right now. You might need to get him in here.
He's not ready yet, so we'll just have to hold off. But oh my God, dude. Oh, no way. No way.
Oh my God, I'm gonna wake up my roommates. I'm going to wake up my roommates.
This man is in the city of Athens, Georgia right now, and he just got mad that a Georgia Bulldog got picked 14th overall.
Oh no, guys! Oh man!
What is New York doing right here? Like, what are they gonna do? I have no idea where they could go right now.
Jason.
But do they need? They don't need a wide receiver.
I was gonna say, I was just thinking that you don't need a wide receiver.
Yeah, you have Alan Lazard, you have Garrett Wilson, and you have Mecole Hardman. Like, you don't need to go wide receiver.
Do they go Cansey from Pitt?
Maybe he is in my opinion, at the moment, he's probably the best defensive tackle on the board. But I still think it's a reach. I'd be okay with that.
I think that'd be a good pick for him, because I think they need help at linebacker, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he is like more of an outside linebacker. They're probably looking for more of like a inside linebacker, because like CJ Mosley's getting up there in age, but and I don't know where they're gonna go with this one. I'll be honest.
This draft it's got to be the weirdest draft in a long time.
Holy
if not
shit.
ever.
I don't know. I don't know if I can carry on.
All right.
I seriously thought that we were going to let our young offensive line keep rolling. Yes, it is mediocre, but I have seen improvements. I cannot believe that the Steelers are going to settle with the corners they have, especially after losing Cameron Sutton.
Okay, well, look, we don't know that they're settling. They could still go for one in the second round, because this draft is deep with corner talent.
It is deep with corner talent, but and another question, where is Christian Gonzalez going to go now?
Yeah, that's kind of my concern here. It's got to be Washington next, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I had them getting the Banks guy, because I thought Christian Gonzalez was going to be gone, top 10. So that changes everything.
Dude, this is crazy. Oh my God.
Yeah, dude, this is.
I'm like, I'm at a loss for words. I don't even know. Like,
my jaw's on the ground.
Yeah.
It's
okay. Let's talk about this Project Jones pick for a second, because the kid's a fucking beast.
Oh yeah, he's massive.
And I feel bad. He's an awesome football player. Oh man, trading up for an offensive lineman. They must have thought that the Jets were going to take Broderick Jones.
Yeah.
Because I think the Jets, that would be a good pick for them. It would have been
That's
Broderick
true.
Jones.
You definitely just stole, like, now that, like, Darnell Wright is already off the board, Skoronski's off the board, Paris Johnson's off the board, and, like, yeah, they definitely kind of stole Broderick Jones out from underneath them, but there's not too much left at offensive tackle.
Not at all.
Yeah, just the only other, like, O-line that's, like top available is Steve Avila from TCU.
Yeah, and I don't see him really as a day one kind of guy.
No, he's a he's a guard that needs work.
Yeah, I'd probably say Osiris Torrance is the next one, but he's a guard, not a tackle, and they definitely need tackle first.
I guess you're Cody Bach, I guess.
Oof. Yeah, I don't know, man.
You're,
They go
you're
for
climbing
Brian
now.
Branch right here?
I could
Hmm.
see that.
They could use a safety.
All
This
my
is a
friends
tough
are fucking texting me.
All right, well.
How do you feel? How do you feel? I'll get back to you guys tomorrow.
Let the dust settle.
Yeah. Dang. Who are the Jets gonna go with here?
I have no idea. In my mind, Brian Branch is the one that's not like the biggest reach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like him going to Dallas still, but he could get picked early because Dallas he would have to slip to go to Dallas.
How lucky are the Commanders that Christian Gonzalez has fallen into their hands?
Super.
Must have did all their chores and went to church.
I guess.
I mean,
Ron
who knows?
Rivera. Ron Rivera was a good boy this year.
Who knows? What if the Jets decide to stack up like the Seahawks did? I mean, fuck it. Take Christian Gonzalez right now. Take his in. Just kidding.
That would be insane. Christian Gonzalez and Sauce?
Oh my
Ooh.
gosh.
Yeah.
It'd be
That's nasty.
locks.
Yeah.
You'd have to run.
I was about to say,
the whole game.
I'm taking no wide receivers to play against the Jets. We're gonna run the ball.
Yeah. We're taking
Unless
it back
it's
to the
Drake
old
London.
days.
Exactly, Colin.
Drake London would make them look stupid.
Facts. So would Olamide Zaccheaus. And who do we pick up? Braxton Berrios?
Oh yeah. And shit, what's his name from the Raiders?
Oh, Mac Hollins.
Yeah, deep threat.
Are the Jets about to trade down? Because they're really letting this clock run.
That wouldn't surprise me either.
Oh man, dude.
Dude, I totally forgot that the Jets got Mecole Hardman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that one slid under the radar.
That's a huge pickup.
Okay, so the clock has run out on our screen. Nothing's happening.
My ESPN's showing that they still have a minute.
Interesting.
I'm in shambles. not only was I completely ready for them to pick later, but they traded up and took who I didn't want them to take.
It's so crazy.
Luke's gonna go have a talk with Mike Tomlin.
Call up your boy.
This wouldn't have happened if Omar Khan was not our GM and we still had Kevin Colbert. Oh man.
All right, the pick's in. So it looks like they're not trading it, which is good. I can't deal with another trade. Not right now.
It's got to be Nolan Smith.
If they take corner
Really?
here, oh my god!
I don't know.
I think Nolan Smith. I like Nolan Smith. I like Cansey.
But do they need an edge rusher? Like they picked Jermaine Johnson last year in the first round.
Yeah,
dude, I don't know.
Wasn't Nolan Smith kind of a guy that you can move around the line more so than anybody else in this draft, right?
A little, like it's not really as much he can move around the line. It's that like he could play linebacker a little bit more than a lot of these guys because of his speed, but like his build is not really on par with other like inside linebackers.
Dude, I keep scrolling and looking at Bijan at 8 to Atlanta, and I just want to throw up. Now I got to listen to Carson talk about this.
Oh, dude, what is happening right now? Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Let me see this pick already. I'm getting like more and more convinced now of the defensive line. Like I don't know. I'm trying to think of like the edges that are even left. Cause like Will McDonald's on the board, but I don't see him going this early.
Would he go before Nolan Smith?
Maybe he's a defensive end, whereas Nolan Smith's like an edge rusher, outside linebacker. Man, I don't know.
You still got Miles Murphy out of Clemson too.
Yeah,
And
that's
Keon
true.
White out of Tech.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's Luke's got a point.
But I have all of those
The
guys.
point might not be accurate, but he does have a point.
Yeah, I have all those guys going late. I don't think the Jets are going to take edge, but they might.
Oh man, dude, this is. I'm losing my mind right now.
I wish I could just be there in person, just so I can know.
Oh my god, dude.
Next year.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Second is short, live from the draft.
That sounds like a lot of work.
Imagine me interviewing Broderick Jones after that pick.
Oh my god. You would.
Broderick, do
You'd
you
have
know
to
how
be.
much I
You'd
hate
get
you
us
right
kicked
now?
out. You'd get us canceled, Luke.
Security. Seems like first words I say.
Come on, damn it. Announce this pick.
I wonder what actually takes them so long to announce their picks after the pick is in.
Couldn't
Like,
tell
does
you, man.
the horse, the guy on the horse with the letter have to, make it across the country? Or,
Yeah.
come on now, I thought everything was instant. Just text Roger Goodell. Hey, we want him.
Oh
Not
my
that
god.
hard.
I really have no idea where New York's going.
Yeah.
I guess that's a good thing, man. Your team's so solid you don't know what to get.
That is a good problem to have.
Yeah. Yep.
Fuck, dude.
Screw it, man. Just take Will Levis.
Yeah, let him back up Aaron Rodgers for like 4 years.
Yeah. Dang, now Zach Wilson's got to make 2 quarterback slides living hell.
That would be
It'd
funny.
be too much for him.
Nah, I'd still take Zach Wilson. Over
Oh,
Will
there it
Levis.
is. Will McDonald.
What?
Wow.
So they did go outside linebacker, and they didn't even take fucking Nolan Smith.
Wow.
I give up on trying to predict any other team and what they're picking.
Oh my god.
I'm just gonna be wrong.
I don't hate this pick though. Like Will McDonald's very good.
Yeah,
But-
he's number 3 outside linebacker.
Yeah.
Okay, so now the Commanders take Christian Gonzalez, right?
Yeah, they got it.
Right?
All right. Well, Colin, we're gonna let you get out of here. I'm gonna bring in Jalen. Colin, thank you so much. You kind of overstayed, but I couldn't be happier. You definitely were here for some great moments.
Yeah,
Oh.
man, I enjoyed it, and y'all take care. Have a great night.
Yeah,
See you,
man.
Colin.
We'll continue to see you on Second and Short, especially throughout this MLB season.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, brother. Have a good one.
Peace.
All right. Well, as we wait on pick 16, we can welcome in our next guest. I guess we'll go ahead and get him in here. All right, we welcome him in. Jalen Darby, former Presbyterian University and Coastal Carolina University wide receiver. Welcome to the show, Jalen.
What's going on? What's going on?
Just losing our minds over this insane draft so far.
Unbelievable.
Oh yeah, a lot of top guys. Dreams coming true tonight for sure.
Oh yeah. I kind of want to get it started right here. Are you surprised that there has not been a wide receiver taken?
I am surprised. I feel like Jackson Smith from Ohio State would have been off the board already. As well as Xavier Flowers from Boston College.
Yeah, in my mind, those are the top 2 guys. I certainly had them gone by this point, but with all these trades, it's really thrown everything off for what anybody thought was going to happen tonight.
Right.
But who are you looking at here for Washington to pick up? Is like I think the easy choice here is Christian Gonzalez with how far he's dropped.
Yeah, I think it'll be a huge pickup, especially in their secondary. I think he'll fit right in with what Washington is building over there for sure.
Yeah, and Luke, do you think it's a layup to take Christian Gonzalez here? Do they go a different route?
I think we got Jalen in here, who is a wide receiver, and I'm feeling the wide receiver vibe. They have Terry McLaurin, but that's kind of it over there in Washington.
Whoa!
What if we see
You
wide
can't
receiver?
say that about them,
What if we see wide receiver?
dude. They've got Curtis Samuel and Jahan Dotson as well.
They do, but there are better guys in this draft, man. I think I think Jahan Dotson we didn't really see a lot of. Curtis Samuel is a guy who hasn't been as good anywhere he's played since Carolina. Who knows what they can do here? I mean, they have all the wide receivers to pick from.
You make a fair point. Can we underrate the fact that they could go quarterback and take Will Levis?
Yeah, he's there too.
Jalen, as a guy, you were a two-way player in high school. You played a little bit of corner, a little bit of just the secondary in general. How do you feel about some of the cornerback picks that have been taken, especially Devin Witherspoon early in this one?
I like that pickup. Seeing some of his film, some of the physicality, some of the athleticism. I think he can come in and be a day one starter and definitely help Seattle on the back end with the defense.
Jalen, who's locking you up in this draft class? Who do you think's the best corner?
Locking me up, I would have to go nobody.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping he would say that. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. But the best corner, like I said, I like the guy out of TCU, Tomlinson.
Wow.
To me, just seeing his play in those big time games, especially versus Michigan, and then his play in the national championship as well, he kind of stood out to me.
All right.
I like
It's
that
a
take. I
it's a
haven't heard much about
good underrated pick there.
exactly.
Uh,
Yeah.
the pick is in for Washington, so we just await the announcement here. This has just been a whirlwind of a draft tonight, and all these trades. What's been the biggest surprise to you so far, Jalen?
I would say Jameer Gibbs to Detroit.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the trend today. Is he is going to be the surprise?
Right. I was definitely surprised that they picked him up. But he's another guy that I think can come in right away and fit right in, especially with his pass catching ability out of the backfield. Being able to see the field, through the trenches and just being able to make big plays for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah. Do you think that this pick of Jameer Gibbs kind of opens the door for DeAndre Swift to kind of stay away from the pass catching game, as much as he was with Jamal Williams there, and now become kind of the main running back, in those short yarded situations?
I think it does. I think they'll be able to complement each other in the run game, and the coaching staff will be able to use those guys in different ways to help them succeed and kind of do what they want on the offensive end.
All right. Yeah, I really like that. While we're just kind of sitting here waiting on Washington, it seems like they're taking forever. Who has been kind of the best fit pick that you've seen so far in this draft? Because we've seen a lot of teams trade up, maybe make a surprise pick. Who do you think has the best fit at who they took?
Um, Might sound a little cliche, but I would say Bryce Young with the first overall pick. Um, Bringing him in, young QB, still has a lot to learn
Wow.
mentally, just being in the NFL. But I feel like this offseason they kind of surrounded him with a lot of key pieces. Adam Thielen from Minnesota. He still has Terrence Marshall Jr. from LSU, Shai Smith out of South Carolina. So just different guys like that, as well as a defense that's going to be able to get some stops. I feel like all of that is going to, be key for him to succeed in his first year.
Yeah, you could say it's a cliche pick, but I think that's a fantastic pick. I think that Bryce Young is probably the best fit here. I do like CJ Stroud to the Texans, but numerous other picks as well. The pick did get announced here for Washington. They took Emmanuel Forbes, the cornerback out of Mississippi State, over Christian Gonzalez, over a plethora of cornerbacks that I saw rated ahead of him, but definitely an outstanding corner to pick up.
Yeah. Jalen, what's your first thoughts on this one?
I haven't heard much about Mr. Forbes, but by the looks of it, just off of the film, I think he could be a key fit. Looks like he's able to see the plays happening before they actually happen, and I think that's big, especially on a professional level.
I
Yeah,
like it. Yeah.
I like
Be
his
more
game.
of
I liked what I saw from him last year out of Mississippi State. He's a little bit skinnier than what you'd be looking for from your, big time corners. Is 6'1", 166. He's not really like a big physical presence, but I think it's his technique that really kills it. He's very good at interrupting the catch, and he definitely can stretch out and get some picks, but he does so well of just getting the hand up at the right time and really timing out how he plays. And so I don't hate this pick. It's just really surprising that Christian Gonzalez continues to plummet.
I I think right now with this one is we're seeing kind of a combine pick here, which is not to knock Emmanuel Forbes at all. He had an awesome combine. I'm just kind of looking at it now. He was actually graded the second best cornerback as far as combine scores in this entire draft. I think he's right behind Christian Gonzalez there. Ran a 4.35 at 6'1". Of course, he weighs 166 pounds, but 6'1", that's still pretty tall to be moving like that.
Yeah, and as you were talking about him, Christian Gonzalez just got picked
Yep.
by the New England Patriots.
Yep. So, Gavin, if you're listening to this, which you're probably not, but if you are listening to this, I told you that your team was not going to take wide receiver. Bill Belichick will never draft a wide receiver, an obvious wide receiver.
Fair enough.
Yep.
I think that this is a fantastic pick. I think that the Patriots lucked out. They've traded down already. They still got a tremendous guy. Don't know how he fell there. Maybe something happened, but definitely a steal for the Patriots.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a steal, I think, for anybody at this point. Gonzalez is definitely, probably the highest touted cornerback in this entire draft, but we've seen cornerbacks go ahead of him. I know I had Devin Witherspoon in my draft, in my mock drafts, but I think the Patriots needed to address wide receiver the most. But the Patriots are the same organization that instead of taking DK Metcalf, they took N'Keal Harry.
That's fair.
Look how that worked out. So, Jalen, what do you think here? Do you think the Patriots should have gone wide receiver, or you think Gonzalez is a steal down here for them?
I definitely think it's a steal. He's one of those guys where he could have went top 10, top 15 at least. But they just picked him up here. I feel like he'll come in right away, fit right in. A tremendous athlete, great ball skills, and I'm sure Coach Belichick and the Patriots are lucky to have him at that pick.
Yeah, and Jalen, is there anything that you've seen from Christian Gonzalez that maybe worried you that maybe would have made you think that he could have dropped?
Not too much, film wise or combine training. I just feel like there's still some things that he can improve on. Obviously, but it's the sky's the limit for him. I feel like he just keep working, keep building on what got him there to that point. You know, everything will work out perfectly fine for him.
All right, and with us being on kind of a streak of cornerbacks here, who's a underrated cornerback in this draft? I know you talked about the I'm blanking on his name, but out of TCU, who's maybe like a group of five guy that you had to look at in the film room.
Um, I might be a little biased here, but I got to go with my guys back at Coastal. The Jordan Strong cornerback and Lance Boykin cornerback.
Okay, riding with Coastal, and let's keep it on the Coastal topic. Is there any guys outside of the two you just said? Any other guys that you think could end up getting picked just throughout this weekend?
Yeah, defensive tackle Gerard Clark. All three of those guys, worked extremely hard the last 4 years. True competitors, great athletes on the field, but better men off the field. I'm excited to see their dreams come true. And just ready to see where they land this weekend.
I like that take because, especially with the two cornerbacks that you mentioned, let's not forget where Josh Norman came from.
Hmm.
I'm going to say.
Hey, and don't
Right.
underrate the offense out of there. Guys like Isaiah Likely that have showed up in the recent years, like Coastal has a great thing going. And Jalen
Isaiah Likely's out of Coastal?
sure is.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, he was solid for Baltimore last year.
Yeah, and Jalen, who's any guys that you're close with out of Coastal that are in the league right now that you've been talking to, keeping up with their careers?
Yeah, I would go Jeffrey Gunner, Cincinnati Bengals, Teron Jackson, Philadelphia Eagles, Isaiah Likely, Baltimore Ravens, and CJ Brewer for the Buffalo Bills.
All right. Yeah, I'm sure you're happy with it as well, but I'm very happy to see like how successful Coastal Carolina has, kind of stayed. They kind of burst onto the scene very quickly, and they just continue to produce pretty solid talent.
Right, right. Yeah, a lot of great guys, have came out of there the past, 2, 3 years. And it's gonna be more. It's a lot of talent, a lot of under the radar guys, but just staying within the program, staying within the tradition, we're gonna continue to be able to produce that type of talent for the years to come.
I like it. Pick is in for Detroit. It's just for me, Coastal Carolina. It's cool to see them, like both of y'all said, kind of focus more on their football program because I know baseball over there is absolutely no joke. And it's just kind of cool to see a decent university branch out into other sports like that.
Right, right.
So, who's a guy that you're looking at here for the Lions? Anybody in particular?
Uh, I would probably go a receiver, honestly. Um, Still a lot of guys on the board. Jalen Hyatt, Tennessee. Once again, Jackson Smith from Ohio State, Zay Flowers from Boston College. I would think they would go receiver.
Yeah,
Sure.
they're definitely going to run into a couple of receiver problems when this year starts with, them cutting Quintez Cephas after he got the 1 year suspension for gambling, and then Stanley Berryhill and Jamison Williams being suspended for 6 games due to the gambling protocol. Yeah, I think that wide receiver is something that they could just go out and get right now. I think there's definitely other things they could address. The pass rush needs some help. It can't just be Aiden Hutchinson. And then I
Hmm.
still like them to replace TJ Hawkinson's empty role at tight end.
Yeah. On top of that, they did just trade away Jeff Okuda. They did get Cameron Sutton, but Cameron Sutton is not your, kind of cornerback one, I don't think. So I could also see them going cornerback here still. Hmm.
Yeah, I'm kind of, is Detroit just going to surprise us again? They took Jameer Gibbs. Like, they could do anything at this point.
Yeah, honestly, they could. Will Levis?
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that either.
This whole draft has just been absolutely mind blowing.
Hmm.
I'm
I just got
Jalen.
to be selfish
Oh,
here. I can't get over the pick 14, man. Hmm.
that one is kind of crazy. What do you think about that one, Jalen? So the Steelers pass up on just about any cornerback they wanted there, and they end up um going offensive tackle and Broderick Jones out of Georgia.
Yeah. Another sleeper corner. I don't think you got guys mentioned yet. Keely Ringo out of Georgia.
Okay.
Um,
Yep.
Great corner. High level athlete. Great physicality at the line, press coverage, all those things. He's another guy that I thought maybe they could have taken with that pick as well.
I like that take. Jalen, I just want to get your thoughts on this to go off of Keely Ringo. We've seen him get burnt a lot in the deep ball too, or especially I have going to school here. But I still think he could be first round talent. But I've only seen him on a couple of mock drafts, and they've all had him go into the Jaguars. I think I said that earlier in this podcast. Do you think that the people doing these mock drafts are selling Keely Ringo short, or do you think he's kind of more one of the lower tier corners in this draft and maybe shouldn't be taken in the first round?
Um, I feel like maybe he would fall. Um, like you said, you've seen a lot of tape where receivers just kind of getting by him, and transition to the NFL. A lot of guys are going to be bigger and a lot more faster. Um, but I think it's the small things. A lot of technique, just being in the right environment, the right coaching staff. I feel like he'll excel if he just focus on those little things, honestly, and just take his game to another level that'll help him reach those points in his career.
Okay.
All right. Well, I got to interrupt this. Detroit, they did it. They surprised me, at least. They got Jack Campbell, inside linebacker out of Iowa. It definitely addresses a need, but quite a reach. ESPN has him their 58th overall prospect. This is kind of crazy.
Dude, I can't believe that two players from Iowa, their defense alone, have been taken in the top 20. That's crazy.
It's really all they had last year. They didn't have an offense.
That is true, but yeah, I mean, definitely, like you said, it satisfies a need here. But just once again, Detroit kind of going, a very unexpected route here.
Yeah, it seems like Detroit kind of had their mind made up. Whether, no matter where they were picking, it seems like they had some guys in mind because these are two guys that, essentially didn't really have first round grades.
Yeah, you could definitely tell that they probably had that predetermined. I definitely like that take because that seems exactly like what's going on.
Yeah, and Jalen, as we lead into Tampa Bay's pick, they have a lot of options here on what they could address. What do you think is, the likely player that they take off the board here?
Thanks, in too.
Yeah.
Well, for one, I feel like with Tom Brady retiring, I think they could go quarterback. Maybe Will Levis from Kentucky at this pick, just to fill that role and bring in a young guy to try to build around.
Yeah, I think that that's definitely like a safe thing to do here is to take Will Levis because he doesn't have to start if you don't
Right.
need him to. You have Baker Mayfield on the roster, but also you have Kyle Trask there, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't see too many potential wise differences between the two, at least when they were coming out of college. But Kyle Trask, I think it's obvious at this point he's not really gonna get his shot with Tampa. I wouldn't be too surprised if they go with Will Levis.
I'm still sticking true to my mock draft. I think it's all Hendon Hooker right here.
Interesting. With
I
Will
just
Levis still on the board?
I know it is it is kind of a hot take, but I truly think that Hendon Hooker might be the second best quarterback in this draft.
Wow.
That's a pretty hot take, but I think Hendon Hooker really he has it going. I mean, his touchdown to interception ratio is completely ridiculous. It's like 56 to like 1 or 3 or something like that. He is 25. He is coming off of the ACL injury, but like people just kind of forgot about him, man. And that Georgia game could have been just a bad game. I kind of feel like that's where he got exposed and then kind of started having like a little bit of a rough season after that. And kind of just, going full circle back to my main point. Hendon Hooker, I think, is better than Will Levis.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's not. I feel like the thing that pushes me away from Hendon is the
Oh,
age, personally. But Tampa has made their pick. Once again, a surprise. They go defensive tackle in Kalijah Cansey out of Pitt, a guy that I think this is a good spot for him to go. I wouldn't say this is a reach, but not the position I thought they were going to address.
yeah. I would have thought that, with Will Levis slipping, it probably could have been him. But yeah, I'm kind of with you. I'm just very I just don't know what to think of this one.
Yeah, Jalen, what's your take on this? I know that Kalijah Cansey is a great player, but do you think there's other things that the Buccaneers could have addressed?
Yeah, I feel like they could address the linebacker position. I think it was Levante David, I believe. Did he request a trade?
Devin
Actually,
Devin
re-signed
White.
him.
Yeah, Devin
Devin White.
White
Yeah,
Okay.
requested a
Devin
Yep.
White.
trade. It looks like they have
White.
no intention of letting him walk. Um,
Okay.
but they definitely still could bolster that. I saw them going safety and taking Brian Branch out of Alabama.
hmm
I think that a big thing for this team next year is going to be having a good defense because, like, they didn't pick a quarterback there. So if Baker Mayfield's your quarterback, your defense is going to be on the field a lot, and you're going to need a good defense.
Yeah, and I mean, do y'all think the pick that we just saw is that kind of the green flag for Baker Mayfield? Like, okay, we're doing this. You're our week one starter.
I think it definitely could be.
That is just crazy to me.
All right. Well,
I
now we have Seattle on the clock, and there's a lot of ways that they could go here. They still could address the edge. Um, uh, they could go wide receiver. I know that's it's kind of an underrated selection here for them. They could go quarterback and just take Will Levis and let him, sit behind Geno. There's a lot of things that Seattle could do here.
Yeah, and I don't know if you just mentioned it, but they still could fill that edge spot as well.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. They have some options at defensive end, still left in this draft, but I could see them seriously going quarterback, either Hendon Hooker or Will Levis, because they have the liberty of being able to sit somebody.
Yeah, which is a good point, but I think you kind of even made the point earlier. Like, is Hendon Hooker at 25 years old really the guy that you want to sit beside behind Geno, or to sit beside behind anybody for that matter?
Uh, you know, I don't know. Maybe Seattle thinks that they're in a position where they could get the best out of him if they let him sit. But like regardless, Hendon Hooker is gonna have to wait. He's coming off the ACL. He's not gonna start week 1, so it would make sense for him to go somewhere where it's gonna take some proving and it's gonna take some time for him to become the starter. But Jalen, I want to get your take. Who do you think that Seattle could go with here?
I definitely like the Hendon Hooker pick here. But I would honestly have to go edge rusher. I like Nolan Smith out of Georgia.
Yeah, that's another good option for them here.
Yeah, they definitely need to address the edge, just the defensive line in general. And I think at this very moment, that would be your best option.
Mhm.
So, before we get into this pick coming in, now I really anticipated we'd have some wide receivers off the board. But,
Right, right.
At this moment in time, who do you think, not just the best wide receiver, but who's going to be the first one to go?
It's gonna be Jackson Smith from Ohio State. I think it's a lot of the organizations are a little hesitant because of the injuries from this past season, but we've seen a healthy Jackson Smith, stepping up in those big time games, being able to put the team on his back, make those big time plays for his team. So I think at his peak and when he's healthy, he can definitely be a threat on the outside for whoever picks him up.
Yeah.
I like that take, but I have a good follow up question. Is Jackson Smith and Jigba anything without Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I think he is. I think he proved that the other year versus Utah in the bowl game. Kind of just putting the team on his back and you know ran the yaks, the receiving yards up, and was able to get all those touchdowns. So I think we've seen him be able to come into his own, and when his number gets called, he's able to step up. Um, and as far as Marvin Harrison Jr., I just think those two just complement each other. Um, Both are deep threats. Go-to guys on the outside, but I do think Jackson Smith and Jigba, uh, he's definitely first round talent.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat, and that very well could be, what happens with, the next pick after Seattle. The Chargers could go wide receiver.
Mhm.
So the clock is ticking down pretty low here now. Seattle still hasn't done anything just yet, and they do have a lot of picks in this draft. Could they trade back?
That's a. Who did you say?
Seattle, they've got a ton of picks, and the clock has
That's a
winded
good point.
down. They, are they going to trade back? Does somebody really want somebody here?
I'm still waiting for Buda Baker to go tonight.
Yeah, I thought he'd be traded already. That's kind of interesting. There's a few teams that I'm kind of surprised haven't traded. Like,
Yeah.
like you said, I'm surprised that Arizona hasn't traded off Buda Baker. Kind of surprised that the Titans didn't trade Ryan Tannehill to try and get another first round pick. But yeah, this is real interesting that Seattle still doesn't have a pick in. I think they're kind of stuck here on trying to decide who they want.
Yeah. Other team with just, kind of they can really do anything they want with this pick. I kind of like wide receiver in Seattle. Um, Definitely the room for a quarterback, as y'all said. Oh, the pick is in, so this isn't going to be traded. Yeah, definitely a room for a quarterback to sit behind Geno, but I like the wide receiver here. I think Smith and Jigba would fit in well in Seattle, and they really, that's a position that I feel like they could use a superstar at.
Yeah, and like they have DK and they have Tyler Lockett, but obviously DK is in his prime, but Tyler Lockett is, starting to get up there. And we haven't seen, quite the same level of production that we saw out of him, prior to DK kind of bursting onto the scene. So maybe they do go for another wide receiver for the future.
Yeah, I think it's another big target on the outside for Seattle. If they do go a wide receiver here, just somebody else to help out DK. You know, with him not being able to get bracketed all the time, over the top. I just think it levels the playing field out a little bit more and gives them some extra help on the offensive end.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, I did kind of want to mention this is DK definitely had a little bit more of a quiet year the past 2 years. Barely, I mean, he's only 48 yards over 1,000 even last season. So he could definitely use the help there, especially with Tyler Lockett, only getting older. I definitely like wide receiver here, but DK is still DK.
Mhm.
So
All right, come on, man. Let's get this pick. Come on.
no, I gotta pee again, dude. I knew this was gonna happen. Lord.
Well, Jalen, I do want to ask you a little bit about your future. Coming out of Coastal, what did you graduate last year? Is that-
Yep. Spring 22.
Got it. So, um, it looks like you're eyeing the CFL. How is this journey kind of started for you to decide to try and make it to the Canadian Football League?
Oh yeah, man. So I had to relocate. Um, just wanted to stay on top of my training, stay on top of my health. And I just got back in the lab. Stayed the course. Just making sure I was mentally and physically prepared. Training every day. Been going hard for about 6 months now, and CFL season is approaching. So right now it's just focusing on controlling what I can control. You know, uh, Taking every day, um, and doing and just trying to stay productive. I'm just waiting on that phone call. It's a lot of highs, a lot of lows, but just making sure I'm putting myself in the best position to succeed. And whoever picks me up, man, I'm just you're gonna get a hard worker, a guy that's gonna come in, be coachable, be reliable, be a leader. And the sky's the limit from there. So just excited about the opportunity, and ready to get it going.
Yeah, man. We're all rooting for you over here,
Oh,
and
100%.
and
Yes.
everybody else is definitely rooting for you. I hate to cut this off, but Seattle's pick has been made. They did take Jackson Smith and Jigba. I think it's a great pick.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Jalen, you can continue if you had anything else about your CFL looks.
Oh yeah, man, that was it for the most part. Just like I said, controlling the controllable, man, and staying the course, and wishing for the best. That's about it.
All right.
Well, I
Well,
can speak for all of us real fast, Grayson. We want a Darby CFL jersey when this happens.
oh yeah,
I
Hey,
would love one.
for
I got
sure.
I
Yes.
got you guys for sure, signed and everything.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
oh, might have to frame that one up.
Sure. Yeah. I was kind of looking for something I could, wear so I could rep you, but I don't know if you're gonna sign it. I'm not putting it on.
All right. Well, Jalen, we really appreciate you coming on, man.
Oh yeah.
Where can everybody check you out to follow along with this journey?
Oh yeah, man. You can follow me on Instagram, Jalen Darby 5, as well as on Twitter. It's Jalen Darby 5 as well.
All right, man. We really appreciate it. We hope to have you back on for like a proper interview at some point. Maybe once you're in Canada, we'll hit you up.
Oh yeah, for sure. Appreciate you guys for having me on.
All right, man. I
Yes,
appreciate you
sir.
coming in. You have a good one,
All
Jalen.
right. You
Good,
too.
Jalen. Good guy.
All right. So this brings us. We're through the top 20, through the top 21 now, and well, there is no 21st pick, so technically the Chargers are the 21st pick. But let's kind of recap any kind of big surprises from 11 to 20, because we really didn't get to stop and look back at it. Let's kind of look at the board, see what's happened here, because a few big surprises so far.
Yeah. Obviously, I've already kind of bitched and made my opinion known on what my team did. So I'm not really going to go that route. Oh my gosh, and my laptop has decided not to load. I guess kind of off the rip, I like the most recent pick we just saw. I really like Jackson Smith and Jigba to the Seahawks.
Yeah, I think that's a absolutely fantastic pick. And, I think when we're talking 11 through 20, the biggest surprise, of course, Jahmyr Gibbs. But I think in my mind, in a different way, a very surprising drop for Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah, definitely thought the Lions were going to take him there because I kind of thought that was one of their OG guys they were looking at, and he ended up slipping to them even after they traded down in the draft. But linebacker, another position that they could have taken. Do you think that they did themselves a disservice with the Campbell pick, or do you think it should have been tight end?
I don't know. I don't mind them going inside linebacker. It's just like, could you have waited? He didn't have a first round grade, and I'm not too sure what their situation. They're picking third in the second round. They could have gotten him there.
Yeah, they definitely could have, I think.
So it's an interesting one, but I think that people early on are going to say that the Lions fucked up in this first round, but I don't know if that's really the case.
Yeah, and if you want to look at it in a more deeper light, their division, in my opinion, only got worse. Packers are probably going to be the team that misses out, maybe the team that comes in last in that division. The Lions were right there. They proved a lot of doubters wrong last season, and I think you're exactly right. They may not have even really needed to have a perfect draft this year, but I know all the suspensions on their team, especially at the wide receiver position. The pick is in, by the way, for the Chargers. All the wide receivers, especially for them getting suspended, will hurt, but I think they're going to be overall pretty fine next year.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. They've got a good thing going up there. Let's talk about this Los Angeles Chargers pick before it comes through. Where do you think they go here? Because they have quite a few needs to be, a playoff team last year.
I think they're going to take Osiris Torrance here.
Oh, really? Okay.
And that's Grayson. I'm only going off of the fact that I had Darnell Wright originally going to the Chargers. I think that they're still going to look O-line here. Just go with the next best option.
Yeah, I think from my mock draft standpoint, the running back idea is out the window. You're gonna have to wait till the second round if you want to do that. But I think Nolan Smith would be a fantastic option here. Put him on the other side. Let him. He can still develop and. In there with Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack as edge rushers, I think those are two guys you could learn from. Joey Bosa probably learned from his mistakes more than anything, but Khalil Mack, a veteran talent. Sorry, I'm a Joey Bosa hater personally, but look, I think there's a lot of great things that Nolan Smith could offer to this team, and it's definitely a need.
For sure, but also let's we can't forget to mention that they still haven't taken a cornerback after trading Jeff Okudah. Deontay Banks is still an option here. So is Cam Smith out of South Carolina. So maybe they'll go with one of those two guys.
But you said Jeff Okudah?
Jeff Okudah is who they traded. Oh, I'm talking. I was thinking of the Lions. My
Okay.
bad.
I was a little lost.
I could see Los Angeles drafting somebody behind JC anyway, and you still have two very good corners left in the draft.
Yeah. Oh, well, there it is.
Wow.
They went
And
wide
they,
receiver.
this is
Oh my
the,
God.
this is the one position, Grayson, that I was like, they don't need to do this.
I think they did. Okay, they needed.
Really?
I think they needed to add to it because Keenan Allen and Mike Williams have had injury problems. Keenan Allen's getting up there in the years, and this was kind of the right time to take a wide receiver because they're going to start falling off the board pretty quickly now with how much they've dropped. And right after Jackson Smith and Jigba goes off the board, they get Quentin Johnston, who is kind of a similar wide receiver to Keenan Allen. So that is the part where I'm kind of concerned, but I don't hate the pick. I think Quentin Johnston's a fantastic wide receiver, but I don't know. I feel like that's a little bit early for him.
I don't know. I mean, he definitely will learn a lot from the two wide receivers that he's going under. That's for sure. Man, I wonder how Herbo is going to look with all these weapons, man. He's got a lot of people to throw to now.
You better have a running back next year.
That's the problem that I think they're choosing to ignore.
It appears so. Maybe they've resolved things with Eckler.
I doubt it. From him and what we covered, it sounded like he was pretty done.
Yeah, I'm only saying that in hopes that they pick up a running back, but yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat with you. I don't think they're gonna hold on to him.
Yeah,
but
I think to talk about this pick, I think this is Zay Flowers territory. I in my
Yep.
mock draft, I had Quentin Johnston going to the Baltimore Ravens, just slipping one more pick. But Zay Flowers, he slipped kind of far, and he may not necessarily have the stats or played against competition that you would necessarily want him to, but dude, he put a lot of work in the offseason to get ready for the combine, and I hope a lot of scouts realize that.
Yeah, there's a lot of wide receivers that they could go with. I think the two main ones being Zay Flowers and Jordan Addison. But I do like the appeal of Zay Flowers is huge. You know that I absolutely love Zay Flowers, though a little bit short, like you said, put in a lot of work, gained some muscle. They've got him compared to Elijah Moore, which I think is a fantastic comparison. And I think he'd work out well in this Ravens offense. Fast guy, pretty strong now, though he's not going to be like your jump ball guy. You have Odell on this team. You have Rashard Bateman. You have Devin Duvernay. I think adding Zay Flowers to this receiving core gives you this, another young talent that kind of offers something that none of the other guys do with just absolutely insane speed and like picture perfect route running.
Exactly. And I mean, hey, it's Lamar season. That's exactly what I said whenever we did our actual mock drafts, and I had Baltimore taking a wide receiver. Yes, they have brought in Odell, and they have, like you said, Rashad Bateman, who's still sitting there. He, may still have potential that you can unlock there. But I think, with how much you just put into Lamar Jackson, this pick, I mean, there aren't a lot of offensive linemen left, which is why I'm saying Zay Flowers. Shit, maybe they do end up picking up Anton Harrison here, the tackle out of Oklahoma. Who knows? But yeah, personally, I think it's all about Lamar, and they want to give him weapons, so I think it'll be Zay Flowers.
All right, and they could still address the defense. Deontay Banks is still on the board.
Yep.
Nolan Smith still on the board. Two positions that they could use some help with.
They did give up Calais Campbell too.
Yeah, so they could go for the defensive tackle. Like they've got options here, but I feel like wide receiver is the way to go.
I do too. I mean, if they do go Zay Flowers here, let's just let's picture a Ravens offense with Odell and Zay Flowers. How high is the ceiling for them? Because the Ravens, it'll be a big switch. I think I had the stat earlier in the podcast that the Ravens were 32nd, dead last in the league in just targeting their wide receivers. With a guy like Odell, who he has a big personality, he wants the ball, and a dog like Zay Flowers, who's going to, obviously want the ball to prove himself. How good do you think Zay Flowers and Odell can really be in a, running offense that we've seen for the past 3 or 4 years?
I don't think it needs to be a running offense. That's kind of the way I see these wide receiver moves is and now you're paying Lamar. He's expected to throw the ball a little bit more. And he's going to have to do a lot of things that, though he may not necessarily want to, he's playing in an offense though that works very well in kind of a balanced run and pass offense with Todd Monken as the offensive coordinator. It's exactly what he did at Georgia. He balanced out the passing and the rushing, though very different quarterbacks. Having Stetson Bennett is, significantly different than having Lamar Jackson, but two guys that are running options and two guys that are pretty good instinctive passers. I think just because Lamar doesn't throw the ball as much as some would think he should, doesn't mean that he isn't good at it. It's just that his elite speed makes him so difficult to anticipate.
Yeah. But I kind of want to, go back to my question that I asked you though, is I'm not necessarily saying that they will still be a running offense, but the transition for if this pick goes to Zay Flowers, the pick is in, by the way. If it goes to Zay Flowers, the transition that they will have to make as compared from last season to this season, it'll be completely huge for them to start having to throw the football and target their wide receivers more often. So, my question was, how good do you think it really can be in this kind of transition period?
I think it could be pretty damn good.
Okay. Yeah, see, we don't have a lot to really back that up, though. Because, just last season, they were dead last in targeting those guys. It's going to be a big transition for them, even though they've added the talent to do it. Yeah. I still think it might take at least one season or half of a season to kind of work out those kinks.
I don't know. I think we need to just kind of throw away a little bit of how their offensive play calling looked last year now that they're bringing in a new offensive coordinator.
That's another good point as well. But those players and their mindsets, it might take them a couple weeks at least to kind of break the, option, quarterback run, short pass, run up the middle kind of mindset. But they definitely will look scary.
Yeah, definitely can't take that away from them. Pick is still in, still awaiting an announcement, but
yeah, still no Joey Porter Jr. Also,
I didn't even notice that.
Exactly. Yeah, I just thought about that. Yeah, so I could see Joey Porter Jr. here too, among Cam Smith and Deonte Banks.
Yeah.
Man, what a draft, Grayson.
Yeah. Oh my God. This is
what a draft.
Oh my God. I just saw it pop up on my Twitter feed.
Don't tell me. Oh man.
Baby. Zay Flowers to the Baltimore Ravens. Love it. I can't say anything bad.
Are sitting there with their freaking dick in their hand, not picking cornerback, just letting all this talent go into the AFC North, no one to cover them.
Have fun guarding that offense, brother. Yeah. Hey, you got TJ.
He has been known to jump up and pick off, only Joe Burrow, but yeah. Dang.
I think that the Ravens had to go wide receiver, though. You paid Lamar Jackson. It's what you had to do.
Do you think that was kind of like a kind of in that contract somewhere? Like, hey, if we're going to get this done on draft day, can we also throw in like a wide receiver too?
It's true.
I mean, had to be.
He was like, either I want $5 more million, or
Zay Flowers.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, so now we have the Vikings pick ahead of us. Pick 20, 24, 23, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I think Joey Porter Jr. is the option here.
I do too. I think I have the Vikings with Keon White, the edge out of Georgia Tech. So I still kind of like that, but they did just give up Patrick Peterson to the Steelers in free agency. So I'm kind of with you. I think with Patrick Peterson being gone and with Joey Porter Jr. slipping this far, I kind of like PZ Jr. myself.
Yeah, I think he's just kind of in my mind, the best available when it comes to what they need right
Yep.
now. I feel like there's obviously some other things they could do, but like I had them going with Kalaji Kansi, who obviously went a little bit earlier, but they could look for like Brian Brzee. It's not too much of a reach at this point at 23.
Yep.
So I don't know. They have some decent options for what it comes down to what they need, and they could take Will Levis here. It's been a talk for a majority of this offseason that though Kirk Cousins is there and will be there, that they could go quarterback just for the future, and maybe they don't need to do it day one, but with the opportunity to get Will Levis and let him learn, maybe they think that that's a good option.
Yeah, and honestly, with kind of the way that Will Levis is at quarterback, Kirk Cousins might be kind of one of the more perfect ones for him to learn from.
Yeah,
Or, to the point of quarterback, we could see Hendon Hooker, another guy.
yeah, that's true. I think the problem with Hendon is that I think Kirk's got some years in the tank, and with how good he was last year, you know, letting Hendon sit for 2-3 years is just not going to work out.
Yeah.
I
That
see,
would definitely.
like if Minnesota does go quarterback, I see this as like a Jordan Love pick.
Yeah. Or we could see Nolan Smith here too, even.
Yeah,
Definitely see him as well.
they have a ton of They could even go with Osiris Torrance and try and
I like that too.
strengthen up that offensive line would help.
Yeah, I actually at this point, with Osiris Torrance not going to Seattle, he didn't go to the Chargers. Shit, I mean Grayson, do we see Osiris Torrance falling to the Chiefs at 31?
I don't know. I still like him to the Bills.
Okay, yeah, the Bills could definitely use him as well. I'm kind of with the cornerbacks kind of taking a while to get selected. I'm actually not too worried that the Steelers won't have at least Cam Smith or even Joey Porter Jr. at 32 tomorrow, or Deontay Banks.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be options at corner tomorrow.
Yeah, so maybe what the Steelers did wasn't that bad. I'm kind of taking it back with how this is playing out.
It's good to hear.
Yeah,
Because like after Joey Porter Jr. and Deontay Banks, there is a couple guys. So, like the TCU guy that Jalen brought up, Travius Hodges Tomlinson, he's definitely going to be a day two guy, either round 2 or round 3. They could still pick up maybe like Julius Brents out of Kansas State, Keely Ringo, a few different guys that I actually kind of like are still going to be available. So, up to this point, though, we're at pick 23. Any more guys you're still surprised are on the board?
man, I don't know. Nolan Smith, I think, is definitely the obvious one. A guy that we haven't mentioned all night, maybe not someone that I'm surprised hasn't gone yet, but we also haven't talked about Jordan Addison yet.
That's true.
Could
I
still see
I
him
still
as we
think
move
he's
on.
going to the Giants.
Jordan Addison.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I had the Giants taking Zay Flowers, and I mean, since some of the other guys are gone, they might kind of have to go with Jordan Addison if they want wide receiver.
true. Let's see. So, like
Vikings are
when it
letting this one go down here.
Yeah, they are. When it comes to at least what ESPN has as their best available overall, they've got Will Levis, of course, there, but then Dalton Kincaid, Nolan Smith, Michael Mayer, obviously Joey Porter Jr., Miles Murphy, Jordan Addison, Deontay Banks, Brian Branch, like tons of guys that I think deserve a first place, or not first place, first round grade, and there's not all that many picks left.
Not at all. What a strange draft, man. I know we've said it, but it needs to be said infinite times because there's going to be a lot of good day two guys. A lot of guys that I think should have gone day one that are going to be left. So,
Yeah.
man, I'm low key hoping that Joey Porter Jr. falls to the Steelers tomorrow.
That would be insane.
I think he might. I mean, he did not have that good of a combine for him to really get drafted early on. Kind of to add to his stats already. So maybe he does slip, but the Vikings could go a lot of different ways here, and it's just still sitting at 0, and we just have to wait in anticipation.
Yeah, good. Like a lot of there's things to think about here for the Vikings. Like we just listed a very long list, and it looks like
Yeah.
I think the pick is in.
Don't look at your phone. Don't
I'm
see
not.
it again.
Not. It just popped up my Twitter feed. Yep, there it is. Okay, so the
yeah.
pick is in. But like I was saying, like we listed a long list of positions, players they could go with. They had a lot to think about, and now that the pick is in, I'm really not sure. I feel like Nolan Smith deserves to get off the board here, but I just don't think this is quite the place for him. Maybe they go Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah, I could see many different things. I mean, like you just said, we've listed everything. I think you could go quarterback, but I feel like we could rule that out at this point.
Yeah.
Just because of Kirk Cousins. I mean, they seem to like him. Cornerback, definitely. D-line, edge, all that good stuff, definitely. Maybe O-line.
Yeah. Oh, man, dude. This draft is fucking insane.
Yeah, it is. Definitely don't need a tight end or running back. Or maybe linebacker. I mean, they could potentially go with Drew Sanders out of Arkansas. I have him going to Buffalo. He had a really good year last year as far as sacks go.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of options here for the Vikings, and a lot of positions that not that they necessarily have to address, but ones that they certainly can. And I don't know. I'm very.
What do you think is their have to position?
I feel like it's corner. Wow.
Oh,
wow.
my God.
They take wide receiver Jordan Addison out of USC.
Yeah. Unbelievable, dude. What
Wow.
a draft. What a draft.
That's insane.
So this is pretty fucking scary because this guy gets to play with Jay Jettas, and I don't care what anybody says. KJ Osborne's underrated.
Yeah, that's why I didn't think they were really seriously considering wide receiver.
I'm in the same boat as you. I thought KJ Osborne was good enough for them to look a different direction, at least first round. Wow, Jordan Addison, that's a loaded wide receiver group, especially with Hawkinson in there too as a tight end.
Yeah. What does this mean for the Giants? There is wide receivers out there, but
I think it means Osiris Torrance, baby.
Could be.
I think it does.
They could go for the secondary as well. They could get Joey Porter Jr.
Yep. Unbelievable. When are we going to get Mike in here?
We're going to get him in actually after this pick.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to know because I do have to pee, but I'm not going to leave you in here alone. Oh, that was weird. The screen refreshed. Can't be doing that to me on draft night. I just that triggered me for a second.
Oh, they gave up. They just quit.
Oh man. I mean, this is pretty bold, but I just feel like I have to ask it.
Wait, what? Wait, why are the Jags not picking right now? Did they just trade their pick to the Giants?
Trade. That was that refresh. They have both the 25th and the 26th.
So then they're going. They have to go wide receiver now with one of these.
But who's left?
Like Jalen Hyatt's on the board. Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Are those trade up guys though?
I don't think so. So
interesting.
Okay, so the Giants get the 24th. Oh wait, so the Jags take the 25th. So they don't have the next pick. It just hasn't updated that part. And the Jags also get the number 160 and 240.
Okay.
Interesting.
Wow. Is this a record for first round trades
Dude, it
in
might
NFL
be.
history?
Just on draft night alone, there's been what?
3?
Oh, more than that. One, because there was the Texans to the Lions. Or sorry, the Texans with the Cardinals with the Lions, and then the
Steelers.
Eagles and the Bears. The Steelers traded up. And then
So 5.
So yeah, 5. Wow. That is a
Wow.
lot of trades.
Yeah, and that was just from draft night, correct? That wasn't
Yeah,
like
that's
the
just
DJ
draft
Moore
night.
trade.
It doesn't count other ones. Holy shit.
Well, I think we can definitely rule out Will Levis here at least.
Yeah.
Oh, picks in.
Yeah. Oh shit, dude. This is fucking crazy. A late night development, man. 11 p.m.
You're exactly right.
Also, with Jordan Addison getting picked at 23, it's 4 consecutive wide receivers off the board.
Oh wow.
It's the first time in the common draft era, which is since 1967.
Yeah, that would be a long time. But I definitely like the Jordan Addison pick though. That's just gonna be stacked. And I mean, kind of a thing, a reoccurring theme that we've talked about is a lot of these guys are getting drafted and they're being put not like in day one mega pressure scenarios. Like Jordan Addison here, he just gets to work off of the other 2 guys and just kind of feed off of them. So
And
I really like how teams are doing this for the development of their players. I feel like they're going really safe here.
yeah, I think that's the right way to go with it.
I do too. And I mean, at wide receiver, you can see more day one guys or day one rookies than probably any other position. But I still like it personally.
Yeah. All right. So the Giants pick is in. I think it has been for a little bit, but let's get our final guesses here. Who is getting taken?
I think you're right in corner, but I like Osiris Torrance with this pick, and I think they might go wide receiver next pick. I don't think they'll go corner, but they definitely could go corner.
Okay, I think they're going corner, but with how Joey Porter Jr.'s dropped, I don't know how I feel about them going with him right here. So maybe they go Deonte Banks
or Cam Smith out of Carolina.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Fuck, I don't know, man.
Final answer for me, Osiris Torrance, for sure.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go final answer Deonte Banks.
All right.
I'm kind of just hoping Joey Porter drops so that you guys can get him.
Yeah, that would be sick. Especially the Ravens are kind of scaring me. I hate to let that publicly be known, but they definitely have some wide receivers that can function now.
Yeah,
and they locked up their quarterback.
So at this point, is Will Levis going off the board at all today?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Wow, he is going to be just sitting at his table.
Does Stetson Bennett go before Will Levis? One of them is a 2-time champion.
That's true. That's a debate for Mike to be a part of.
Yes, it is. Oh man,
this is so fucking crazy. Okay, come on, show me this fucking pick. Jesus.
Does Will Levis go to Dallas?
I don't know.
I don't think so, but could he go to Dallas?
Maybe. I don't know. They got a lot of money in Dak.
Yeah, but Jerry Jones is a weird guy.
He sure is. Sometimes just an idiot.
Yeah.
But
no, that is true.
Weird would be a good adjective.
Yep.
Oh man, this is just what a night it's been.
I know this has been kind of a struggle to keep up with, but I'm loving the struggle, man. I would rather be trying to catch up, with how exciting it is than to pretty much know what's going to happen,
Yeah, it is definitely been just absolute chaos.
Oh my God. Come on. I can see you're starting to scroll now.
I know, dude. I'm getting antsy.
I just want to know, man.
Do it.
I seriously think that they should, in order to make the draft more kind of like baseball, quicker. More people will watch the draft if it's quicker. They need to speed it up. I think that needs to happen seriously in the next couple of years. Of course, I want teams to be able to really think out, their choices and stuff. But me and my friends, when we used to get together, Deontay Banks.
There it is. I did it. I'm so
you
good.
did it. Yeah, I can't believe you sometimes, man. But they need to make this shit quicker.
All right, let's get Mike in here.
Yep, let's do it.
Mike, welcome to the show. It's been quite the night. Come on, Mike. There you are.
Yeah.
How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
This has been a night.
No shit, dude. Oh my god.
This draft board has gone everywhere that none of us have expected, so it's crazy.
Yeah, this has been absolutely insane. Well, you just joined. What do you think about Deontay Banks to the Giants?
I think he's a good fit. He fills a role that they need, and he's a not undersized, but he has a lot of speed. He has a lot of like physicality, and it kind of reminds me of Eli Apple a little bit. But he just has a lot of versatility, and he'll get a lot of pressure on the front line. So I think it's a good pick for the Giants.
Yeah, I like it. As we were talking, Buffalo just traded for Jacksonville's pick.
Six fucking trades, dude.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. I love it. I love seeing it. It kind of throws a curve in what everybody has expected. But I love seeing it.
Like, this is fucking crazy.
Yeah, imagine this being like the first NFL draft that like you've ever betted on, and you're just completely fucked.
Oh, definitely. I know a lot of people lost a lot of money with some of these bets.
Yeah.
Oh man!
So it looks like Bills get the 25th pick, Jags get 27th, and a 4th rounder.
It's not bad. I like seeing a lot of these teams that are kind of moving up.
It seems like there's a lot of value in day 2 and day 3.
Definitely, a lot. Like it seems from what these boards are looking that players like Dalton Kincaid, Brian Branch, Miles Murphy, Joey Porter might slip to day 2, and that's value there for a lot of these teams that have high picks.
Yeah. Well, with Buffalo on the clock, Mike, who do you think is their best option here?
They need wide receiver help. They need linebacker help. I mean, right now, honestly, I might reach for Nolan Smith or Miles Murphy. Get some help on that line.
Yeah, Nolan Smith is a surprise to have dropped this far.
Yep. Big time. I'm kind of with you, Mike. And especially something that you didn't bring up that definitely, warrants mentioning. They lost Tremaine Edmonds.
Yes, sir.
Of course, Matt Milano is a wonderful replacement and is, more than capable of filling that role. But I think they kind of liked with what they had in that 2 middle linebacker system. And I know I mentioned it earlier, but I think they're going to go Drew Sanders here out of Arkansas just to kind of fill that linebacker spot. But like you said, wide receiver, they have Diggs, but that could be kind of one of their more underrated choices here.
Yeah, I think that it's tough because I don't think Jalen Hyatt would be the guy here just because like they have the deep threat wide receivers already. They have Stephon Diggs. They have Gabe Davis. Jonathan Mingo wouldn't be a bad pick. Like Brock said when he was on earlier, very similar to DK Metcalf. And I feel like maybe Jaden Reed out of Michigan State kind of makes the most sense if they were to go wide receiver because he's a little bit more of like a little bit smaller, more of like a slot guy that would work out well. And, he can play in the return game as well.
I don't want y'all to leave out Josh Downs. I mean, he's probably the prototypical slot with his size and height. I think he's a great kind of fit for Buffalo also if they go for receiver.
I like that too. Pick is in. I kind of like them going with a more physical option here, which I don't really know if we have guys like that left. But you guys both mentioned slot, which I think definitely could help Buffalo a lot if they were to go wide receiver. But I kind of like a more physical guy.
I love the pick they made.
Okay, well, hold on.
Yeah, we haven't
has
seen it yet.
our thing is what we've been keeping track with is so slow.
Okay, yeah.
So, we'll keep conversing, but I don't know. I think they do go in the receiving game.
Oh
Uh,
man.
It's just
uh,
still not showing up.
I don't know if we'll have enough time for when this pick actually comes in, Mike, but you are the Falcons fan. I just want to just what are your thoughts with what occurred?
it's extremely interesting. I kind of thought that they would go offense with how well they did on the offseason with kind of bolstering our defense. They're definitely doing this two running back system with Algier and Bijan, and it's amazing. Bijan is a every down back, and Algier is your third down workhorse. It's gonna be interesting seeing all the firepower that they added with Kyle Pitts and just all the weapons that they're surrounded by Desmond Ritter. I think they're giving him the best chance to succeed.
Yeah,
I like that.
I like that point of view. I still think that there was other things that could have been addressed.
Do you think they made a mistake not getting Jalen Carter?
I
do.
think I think so. I think imagine we have Jalen Carter, and he doesn't even really have to start to start off the season. We have Calais Campbell and David Onyemata and a couple of other guys on that defensive
Jarrett?
line. Yeah, Grady Jarrett. Like there is already guys there, and you know the interior defensive line isn't like a necessity, but with a talent like Jalen Carter just sitting there, fell into your hands at 8, like it's hard to pass up.
That's what I'm saying.
I think the way he fell, a lot of teams took the off the field like antics and things way they took it a lot bigger than what it might have been. And I think especially still having like a Miles Murphy and some of these other edge rushers on the board, they felt like they could overlook him, which might come back to haunt them, especially the way the Eagles defense is looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
The guy that you didn't mention, Mike, was Cordero Patterson. What's going to happen with him with this Bijan pick?
I'm not sure. I mean, I feel like they already bumped him down one spot, having Algier kind of being the number one and adding Bijan. He's going to probably be a utility. He's going to kind of do a lot of kick returns. You might see him in the slot. He's gonna be everywhere, and that's what he's best at, is just being able to do everything pretty damn good.
All right, well that pick is in now for Buffalo.
I
They took
like it.
Dalton Kincaid, tight end out of
I like
Utah. Love it. I love that pick.
This is a guy that's better than Dawson Knox in my opinion. Josh Allen throwing to this guy is going to be scary.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just agreeing.
No, absolutely. I mean, he's a huge guy. He's gonna get the easy looks. He's going to like his size. He adds some blocking ability. I think that's perfect for Baltimore, or not Baltimore. I'm sorry, Buffalo.
Do
Well,
you think maybe if we're going to take tight end as the Buffalo Bills with Dawson Knox already kind of there and established, do you think Darnell Washington may have been a better pick here?
In terms of his playability and where you could put him, I think he would have been the better choice. But Dalton Kincaid is probably the overall better tight end as terms of his technique, his ability to start day one. You don't really have to kind of work him in.
I agree.
yeah, and now that we're kind of seeing it fall like this, I think the Bills were just so bought in on Kincaid. That's why they traded up to jump Dallas, because Dallas could certainly be addressing the tight end spot, and they just snagged, arguably the best one off the board.
Yeah, especially losing Dalton Schultz too in free agency.
Yeah, could they go Michael Mayer? They certainly could. I think it works if they go Michael Mayer, and I wouldn't have a problem with that at all.
I think I want to call it right now. I think they are going to go Mayer. I think with the loss of Schultz, that's going to be one of the biggest pressing needs for them.
Could they go for?
Oh
no, go ahead.
I was just going to say Brian Branch, I think, is my guy here. They really, in my opinion, they haven't really addressed their secondary as well as they could have, and I feel like that's been kind of a reoccurring problem with them. So I like Brian Branch here, but I definitely could see Mayer being taken at tight end, though.
Yeah, and I wouldn't overlook Luke Musgrave either at tight end out of Oregon State. They have pretty similar builds, both They're pretty tall guys. Michael Mayer 6'5", 249. Luke Musgrave 6'6", 253. I think that Musgrave adds a little bit more in the receiving department, kind of similar to what Dalton Schultz did. Michael Mayer, a great route runner, and actually has a pretty solid ability to create separation, but his blocking is where he does the dirty work, and he is so good at it that maybe they want to do this to help out this, run game with Tony Pollard.
I could see that as well. I could.
I don't know. I'm pretty locked in on tight end for Dallas, especially with Buffalo jumping them.
I think they almost have to. Branch was a good call. I think kind of having to replace or add to Donovan Wilson, add somebody to that secondary would help. I think Schultz is going to be something that they need to do for their offense.
Yeah, Mayer?
Yeah, having Schultz replacement is...
Okay, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
So, Mike, while we're kind of waiting on this one, what was your most surprising drop out of anybody?
Your boy Will Levis. I think they are making a dog out of him. He is going to come and haunt a lot of these teams. I truly believe that.
Wow.
Just he's going to get picked later, but he is going to grind, and I feel like he's going to haunt a lot of these teams that pass on him. Because I feel like the league made a fool of him. We saw him possibly going 1, possibly going 4, just top 5, and he's not even being looked at. He's probably going to go second round to maybe the Lions, is what my best guess would be. But they made a fool of him, and I think he's going to come back to haunt a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Yeah, you do, Grayson. Come on.
No.
I know you mind it.
Look. Okay, I hate Will Levis. I think he's a good quarterback, and he can be a good quarterback. Didn't show it last year. Look, as much as I want to see him suck, I do think he could end up being pretty good.
I think that's...
I mean, especially now. I mean, now that, he slipped, as much as I don't really like him either, it would be kind of cool for him to, just kind of blow everybody away. Because Mike is right. He probably is feeling a little bit embarrassed right now that he is. I don't know if he's actually there or not, but he could have okay, so he traveled to that city just to kind of sit there and wait around. And I know from what I've heard from guys in the past that have been highly touted and kind of dropped that hearing other names get called and not seeing your phone ring is can be a pretty gruesome thing.
Yeah, there's a few guys still sitting at their tables there at the draft. Will Levis, of course, Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch. I believe Miles Murphy's there as well. And I think Nolan Smith might be there. I can't quite remember.
Yes.
Yeah, so a few guys still left at their tables. And our thing is showing that Dallas's time is up. Still haven't seen a pick in. I believe it is, though. Come on. Man, this ESPN shit is... Oh, there it is. Okay, pick's in.
We got it. Pick is in, baby.
All right, let's get final opinion. Who are they taking? We'll start with Mike.
I think they do definitely go for Michael Mayer, out of Notre Dame.
Luke, what do you think?
I think it's Brian Branch, but I also could see Nolan Smith actually here.
All right, I'm going to go for an underrated pick. I think they're going Joey Porter Jr.
Really? With that, they already have Diggs and they have Gilmore.
Oh, yeah, I forgot they got Gilmore. Never mind. Scratch it.
Who?
Let's say Luke Musgrave.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I totally forgot they picked up Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah. While we wait, Mike, I wanted to ask you about this because this has been kind of one of my more fun topics to discuss. Anthony Richardson. I don't know if you've heard our opinions. We kind of think if he gets to sit behind somebody, that's how you get his full potential. But day one starter, he will get eaten up by the NFL. What do you think?
I disagree just because of a man named Jonathan Taylor.
Okay, so you actually like him going to Indy, even?
Yeah, I think they're gonna. If you recall, Jalen Hurts had a similar kind of backstory where he wasn't the greatest. He had raw talent, but what's the Indianapolis head coach name? I think it's Shane.
Yeah, Shane Steichen.
Okay, never mind. It's not Saturday anymore.
Yeah, he is going to like mold him into a Jalen Hurts. You will see him by year 2. I'm predicting he will have a Jalen Hurts as growth, and he's going to improve in that offense.
I like that. I think that's something that a lot of people have overlooked. I know I certainly have. I think a big part of their run game, like you said, is going to be Jonathan Taylor, but the fact that they can run some pretty interesting like read options with those two.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be RPO City over there. Like short slants. That's gonna be something that they're gonna kind of harp for him. It's just gonna be developing his like passing mechanics. And once that happens, I think his the legs are gonna come with it.
All right, so Dallas' pick is Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle out of Michigan.
Interesting.
Another
So he
interesting
goes
one.
over Brian Brzee.
It's you had him on your draft board, but it's just wildly interesting seeing where a lot of these teams are taking and valuing some of these later picks.
Yeah, and like Mozzie Smith is great. He's giant. That's the big appeal to him. He's giant. He's strong, but I feel like they didn't have to go defensive tackle. I know I had them taking Brzee in my mock draft, but I feel like tight end would have been a better place to go.
I mean, yeah, it's a need that they have, and I don't know how they have to solve it somehow. Where's
Go ahead.
where's Dallas's next pick?
Dallas picks next. Let's see, second.
58.
Yeah, 58th.
I don't see any of the top tight ends still being there at that point in time. So
No.
unless they trading up, Musgrove might be, but unless they're trading up, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I think with if you're going to take someone on the defensive line, I don't understand how Nolan Smith is still slipping at this point. I think that's kind of where I would have gone if I was going to take D line, but both of y'all are right. I mean, Dak threw a lot of interceptions last year. Tight end would have been definitely good to kind of replace there with Dalton Schultz leaving, because Dalton Schultz was a really decent, safety guy for Dak Prescott when he was, struggling. And I'm still standing with my choice too. Safety is a definite position that they could have addressed. So I don't like defensive tackle there for the Cowboys, but I also, there could have been room for improvement there. I just think they could have done better.
I think they have a lot of faith in Brandon Cooks coming to the team, and that's might be why they're overlooking tight end. So we'll have to see what they do in the day 2 and day 3.
Yeah, and so now we have the Jags on the clock. I think this is a fantastic spot for them to get Nolan Smith.
Yeah, I do too.
I think they go Joey Porter.
I think I've seen cornerbacks to them. I've seen Keely Ringo, as I brought up numerous times on this podcast. So maybe corner, but I feel like with Nolan Smith slipping back this far, I feel like he might kind of take priority here off of their corners.
That's a fair point. He has made a huge slip. I think I had him going around like 15, 16 personally. Coming this far down to 27, I mean, he's available. They do need line help, and it's a solid pick.
Yeah, and they could also go for Miles Murphy out of Clemson, just add another Clemson guy to this team. But that's another option. They need to address defensive end as well.
Yep. Oh man.
This has been quite a night, man.
Yeah, it has. I can see them pick his in. I can see them going Osiris Torrance here. O-line, even.
Yeah.
I mean, give Travis Lawrence all the protection. He has all the weapons in the world. Give him all the time to throw. I mean, he's going to fund somebody.
Yep. Help Etienne out, too.
There's a lot of room for these teams down here at the end of this first round to get some guys that they probably didn't think were going to fall to them.
Yeah, I think you're right about Nolan Smith. I think he's about to come off.
Yeah.
Or I could just be dead wrong.
Yep. What do y'all think? Nolan Smith day 2. Is that even a possibility?
1,000. The way it's gone, I think it's 1,000. The Saints are there. Never mind.
Yeah, that's my thing. Is that like the Saints need to go defensive line. The Chiefs could. Chiefs can do whatever the fuck they want, honestly.
Yeah.
As long as they don't pick a quarterback, I don't care.
I don't think they're gonna do it, but the Eagles are what they have 3 Georgia players from this 2021-2022 national championship. Why not make it 4?
I actually have Nolan Smith going to Philly, but I didn't think they were going to get Jalen Carter.
Yeah, it's they're gonna build a lot of chemistry with those boys, and the veterans that are already there.
But also
That's-
Nolan Smith right here to Jacksonville, him and Trayvon Walker.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
This has been a fantastic night overall. Just absolutely crazy. I know, we're kind of getting to the end of it. Mike, I have a question for you that I had asked Colin earlier when we saw the top 10. How many of these guys are you confident could get a Pro Bowl in the first couple of years of their career?
1 through 6, with the exclusion of Witherspoon, I think will be Pro Bowlers within the first 2 years.
Wow, really?
So
I have a stretch. I'm stretching really good on Witherspoon and Richardson. I don't think Richardson would be. I think Paris Johnson will. Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, and Will Anderson were for sure be locks.
Out of the top 10, when we had asked Colin, I went with Will Anderson, Paris Johnson, and Darnell Wright.
Yep. And I went with just I went with only Jalen Carter and Will Anderson Jr.
You don't think any of the quarterbacks are gonna? I think Bryce Young is going to succeed really well just because of his overall ability. I don't really care about his size, his actual ability. He is the best overall, like, rounded quarterback that we've seen in a while.
Yeah. I agree. I think that he's. I think that his landing spot in Carolina is easily the best place he could have gone.
He's going to have all the reps, and he's going to flourish well over there. Question for y'all.
He doesn't have any weapons, though. That's my one thing with Bryce Young going to Carolina. But if there's a quarterback out of this draft that I would start with no weapons, it would be him.
I think he's the only one that can do it with no weapons.
Wow.
C.J. Stroud has had all the weapons in the world at Ohio State.
That's a fair point. That actually is a fair point. But I don't know, man.
Well, the Jags made their selection. They took offensive tackle Anton Harrison out of Oklahoma.
Not Osiris there. I know Osiris is kind of your more guard guy, but that still surprises me there.
I think that's definitely what it is that he would play more guard.
Yeah. Could be, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom since it's the Bengals pick.
Well.
So a question for you.
Yeah.
How do you feel about what Arizona has done overall in tonight's draft?
I don't really have a problem with it. Me and you talked about it on Wednesday's episode that Kyler Murray told the Cardinals he wants Paris Johnson, and they went out and did it. So I understand the move, and they picked up some picks as well. But I don't know. I think that they certainly could have got some value out of taking, Tyree Wilson or Will Anderson at 3. They could have still gotten Tyree Wilson at 6.
I think it shows that they're listening to Kyler Murray. I kind of felt like they were kind of play him off to the side, but they're trying to protect him, and they're trying to make sure that he's there for the long haul and he's playing every game. So I think, along with getting the picks by trading down the first time, it looks like they've been making kind of a finesse for the league of the draft so far.
Yeah, I think they're probably one of the teams that didn't have a ton of guys with first round grades. So they weren't too concerned about, giving up an early first or trying to get some late firsts out of a team. I think that they're probably pretty content with how this first round has gone, even though they haven't addressed the defensive line.
I would agree. Looks like the Bengals have their pick in too.
Yep.
But
Bengals pick is in. How do you feel about Houston's approach here? Going real aggressive to start it off.
We're going to see in the next 3 years if it paid off, because they gave up a bag. They give up, 3 picks next year? And
I think it was 2 this year, 2 next year.
That's not terrible, but it's.
But one of them being their first next year.
I think it's the Browns first from the Deshaun Watson's trade. Which, if they still have a first to their own first, I mean that's not bad. But you got C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. I don't think anybody can be happier. Like,
yeah, exactly. Like I think that this is kind of what I talked about when they hired D'Amico Ryans, and we were talking about like where they could draft, like who they were going to draft. In my mind, it was like they got to take the guys that are going to get them wins, because the last 3 head coaches that the Texans have had, they gave them 1 year and never worked out. Last year, though Derek Stingley was pretty good, they made a mistake. They took him over Sauce. Should have taken Sauce,
yeah,
obviously. And I just feel like with the underwhelming drafts that they've had over the last couple of years, and considering how bad they've been, this was a great time to just be aggressive. And I think D'Amico Ryans was probably like, look, I want to be here, and I'm not going to let just, some random bullshit circumstances stop me from that.
So I think right now Houston is in one of the best positions to have like a bounce back season compared to last year. With them still having Damian Pierce, they picked up Robert Woods, they got Dalton Schultz. It's going to be on D'Amico Ryan and Bobby Slowick to make sure they kind of tailor a game to CJ Stroud. They need to
Yeah.
make sure he can succeed because they have decent weapons around him already. So I think they're going to, like, they still have Laramie Tunsil, Kenyon Green. They're going to surprise a lot of teams. They just need to make sure that their defense with Jimmy Ward, not picking up Will Anderson, Sheldon Rankins, they can kind of coalesce and be consistent.
That's a fair point, and I think I'm back, by the way, if you guys didn't know. CJ Stroud going to the Texans too. They have a pretty weak division. On top of all the moves that they have made, I think they, to your point, Mike, they might just be a sleeper team in general.
I mean, their only competition really is the Jags.
Yeah. While we were talking, though, Miles Murphy was drafted by the Bengals. How do we feel about this pick? Because, I don't know, I think the Bengals could use defensive line help, but is that really what they needed to address here in the first?
I think they should have gone Branch with what happened this offseason. I think Branch would have been the safer pick.
Yep.
Their front four is already solid with Hendrickson, Hill, Reeder. Like, it's not a bad group, but you lost both of your safeties. I think that should have been your main priority to address.
I actually totally forgot that they lost Von Bell too. Yeah, they definitely probably messed up with that pick now. And unless Branch slips and the Bengals have no, they won't have an early second rounder, will they?
No.
No, they have a late.
Yeah.
They have another late.
They may have messed that one up.
I think so.
I would agree. I think that they've missed a big opportunity.
Yeah, that's a very interesting pick. So with the Saints now on the clock, where are they going? I feel like they have to go defensive line.
Yeah, Nolan Smith is still there. I think that's kind of the biggest thing for me in the Saints is that Nolan Smith is still there.
Yeah,
I think they can also throw a curveball and go tight end also.
They could, but also they brought back Jawan Johnson this year, who was a rather underrated tight end last year. Put up, I think, 7 touchdowns last season. So I don't know if tight end's really like badly needed, especially over defensive line, because their defensive line got ripped apart this offseason.
I only say that because they brought Derek Carr in and they kind of gave him a decent bag. I think they're going to try. They have to showcase him in the best light and give him all the tools he needs.
Yeah.
They still have Cameron Jordan for a while, and they definitely are going to have to like replace the D'Amico Davises and some of the Asian guys on this team. I think it's a toss up between those two positions.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I like defensive end there because like you still have a couple of solid options here. Keon White is still on the board. Felix Enudike Uzama from Kansas State is on the board. One of my favorite guys in the class, Adetomiwa Debawore, is on the board. Derek Hall, one of your boys, Mike, he's on the board as well. And then also a defensive tackle, not too much left, but Keanu Benton from Wisconsin, Brian Brzee out of Clemson, a couple of other guys as well. I feel like they have to go defensive line.
If they do, I think they go interior and they do look at Brissett. He's a good option with, even though I would say he's probably one of the bigger ones that they could get right now. I think Brissett would be a nice, like, steady stronghold in the interior for them.
Yeah, I do. I like that idea. I also like them going defensive end, like with an aging Cameron Jordan still there. They could probably use some help, making him not have to stay on the field so much, because a little bit of a down year last year, and it's pretty obvious that he's getting up there in age. So, kind of getting a backup there to learn from him would not be a bad idea.
Maybe you take Brian Branch here to sit back there with Tyrann Mathieu and learn from him and play with him.
Possibly. Yeah, I don't know how much of a position they're in to pick a guy that's not going to start.
Yeah, that is true. But isn't Brian Branch a strong safety? And
I think he's a free safety.
okay, well, never mind. Pick his in.
I think he is a free safety because Jordan Battles, I think, played strong for them.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're right. See, so I kind of want to look back at this. What school has the most players drafted so far in the first?
Probably Georgia.
I think it's Georgia.
No,
Georgia, Alabama.
Georgia has 2. Alabama has 2. Ohio State has 3.
Alabama has 3.
Who? Oh yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs. Fuck.
Jahmyr Gibbs fucking getting cold from the second and third round. That was a crazy.
So crazy. But
Ohio
State has 3.
How does that make y'all feel about DeAndre Swift if they're going to get another running back?
Yeah, so we talked about that. It's like, I feel like this could just be they're trying to take the receiving game kind of off of his shoulders and allow him to be the primary running back, just yardage wise. With losing Jamal Williams, who was obviously like the ground and pound, red zone guy. I feel like this is them like letting Swift take the keys now.
See, I think they're gonna kind of shy away because I think Swift has maybe 1 or 2 years left on his contract. I think they're trying to get his replacement and kind of steadily push him away from having to give him like a big contract.
I'm glad I'm not the only one because I don't think Swift has played a full season yet. And as good and as exciting he can be, we have seen some inconsistencies there. And I think with Jahmyr Gibbs being taken that high, that may have been what it was.
Well, the Saints have made their selection. Brian Brissett out of Clemson.
Beautiful.
Wow. No Nolan Smith.
That's
Still,
so
he's going to
crazy.
fall to Philly. He's going to Philly.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no!
I have him going to Philly, but damn,
they're building a national.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, how do we feel about that pick? You think? I mean, did the Saints lose there, or is
that's
Brian
fine.
the guy?
I kind of said it. I think that they were going to go interior just because they still have Cam Jordan. You were right when they're going to have to replace him soon. He is aging. I think he's closer to 33, 34-ish. He's going to have to be replaced pretty soon, but getting somebody interior is just going to add on to like kind of relieving the stress that he has to do.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And losing David Onyemata was a bit of a blow there. So, yeah, I like the pick of Brian Brissett, a big, physical interior defensive lineman. It's what they needed to address, and they did it. I have no complaints with them taking him.
Yeah, I don't really have a complaint either, but I still think I think they could have done better.
Now that I look at the Eagles secondary, I think Branch could go to the Eagles. I think that would be a nice fit for him.
Yeah,
they would have a pretty sick secondary.
Yeah, they lost CJ Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
Yep.
So replacing him immediately would be a nice move, and I think Brian Branch would be a great option.
On top of keeping Bradbury and Slay, that would be pretty clutch for their secondary, I think.
Yeah. At the same time, I mean, Brandon Graham's getting up in there in age too, so they're gonna be looking to get some edge help too.
That's a good point. Yep.
So Nolan Smith is a viable option. It's going to be interesting what they choose.
Yeah, this is just a whirlwind of a draft. I'm still just like at a loss for words.
Yeah.
How do you feel about seeing all the wide receivers go a lot later in the draft than a lot of them were projected?
I was definitely surprised, and the fact that all four of the ones that I considered first rounders going consecutively was very surprising. Even even more surprising, the teams that took them were a little bit surprising, and the teams that passed on them as well, because like we see them go to Seattle, which I don't think it was essential to take one, but they definitely could have, and they did, and then Quentin Johnston to the Chargers. Once again, it's not an essential pick, but they did it. Zay Flowers to the Ravens just makes sense. They're just helping out Lamar after they paid him. And then Jordan Addison to the Vikings. It's not essential, but once again, like something they can add. So I don't have a problem with who took him. I'm more of a problem with who passed on him, with the Patriots passing on one, even the Packers. Titans, like those are teams that I'm surprised didn't go.
Yeah, I'm kind of, Mike, to answer your question in the same boat as Grayson. Is the guys that got drafted were definitely first round deserving. Maybe you could argue Jordan Addison not, but I personally think he was. It's just kind of a matter of who passed on them and when they got taken. Kind of crazy if they were consecutive too.
Have y'all seen the Eagles pick?
No.
I haven't. Oh,
Okay.
Have you?
I have.
this thing still doesn't say the picks in. I might just, you know what, Mike, just go ahead and tell us.
The newest member to the Eagles will be Nolan Smith.
Oh my God.
Man.
The NFL really allowed this to happen. It's kind of all of our fault.
They are building the 2021-2022 Georgia team right now.
Hey, man, it wins championships.
Clearly, they said they couldn't do it last year. We're gonna bring them. We're gonna bring these big boys in. It's a great pick. They're kind of rejuvenating that D line with talent that we saw working together could do a lot of good things in the college level. So that kind of camaraderie and brotherhood that they had in Georgia, they're definitely gonna bring it to the NFL, and it's going to be trouble.
Yeah. I was just about to say, like, think of how excited Nolan Smith is to be drafted by Philly right now. I'm sure, a lot of mock drafts, and including us, I think we kind of saw him going a little bit higher than what he was now. And I'm sure he's absolutely elated to be joining some of his teammates. That must be a pretty cool feeling.
Oh, yeah.
And you say that, I think that's perfect, especially for Jalen Carter and his off the field issues that he might or might not have. Having 3 to 4 guys that you went to school with in your city on your team, it kind of keeps you in line, knowing that you have people to rely on. You might not do a lot of the knucklehead things you were doing when you would have been by yourself in a new city with a new set of team.
That's actually a good point. I didn't even think of that.
So
Yeah.
it's exciting. I know some people that I'm friends with that are very excited about what's happening with this Eagles team right now.
Yeah, we all know one in particular.
Yeah.
But
Man.
I feel like there's a lot of teams that throughout this draft should be very happy with what they've gotten.
Yeah. I can't lie. I know I've talked about him a lot, but I am getting more of the sense that Joey Porter Jr. still might become a Steeler. The pick is in. Wait, did the Eagles get this pick?
Yeah, well, we already said who it was.
Oh, yeah,
Nolan
that's
Smith.
right. I completely, we're that far behind. Damn.
Yeah, dude, I don't know why it was so far behind. Mike,
Yeah,
you must
but
have seen somebody tweet it or something.
Yeah,
I
super
got some
excited.
connections.
Okay.
Yeah, Sirianni's like, hey, do you think we should take this head? No, but I am suspecting that Joey Porter will still end up a Steeler, so I take back everything that I said about Broderick Jones. I'm pretty happy with how this draft has gone for my team personally.
Yeah.
I think there's a high chance for that with them they have the first pick coming out, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
30 seconds.
I think that'll be perfect for them.
It's kind of nice the fact that they were able to now they're going to address 2 needs and still get the guy that most people thought they wanted.
Yeah. all in one there. And Mike, kind of selfishly, I want to know your opinion about my team. I mean, what do you think about trading up and passing on Christian Gonzalez there and taking an offensive lineman for the Steelers? What's going through your head there?
I think that's what a lot of teams have done, and it shows that it's a priority is to protect their rookie and young quarterbacks. And I think that's the right thing to do. You don't want to see your quarterback on his ass constantly, and you want to give your running back better lanes to run through. Najee had probably a down year in compared to his rookie year, and I think that had a lot to do with your O line. Adding Broderick Jones is going to allow him to get better gaps and better spacing.
Okay, I like that take. It's good point there, bringing up the young Kenny Pickett. And you're right. Najee looked and he played beat up last year, and I mean, it wasn't hard to see why. He was getting a lot of blame, and I remember like halfway through the season, people were saying Jalen Warren needed to take over the Rock in Pittsburgh, but for me, it was always just Najee getting tackled as soon as he touches the ball. Is kind of what happened to him last season. So I definitely now I'm kind of starting to see the O line pick. I don't know if the Steelers necessarily would have had to trade up there. I mean, do you think the Jets or someone before takes Jones, or do you think the Steelers, could have played that a little bit more passively?
It's a possibility with the Jets picking Will McDonald, though. I think that maybe offensive line wasn't even on their board. I think y'all would have had it regardless. It's interesting. Let me see.
Hmm.
Because y'all traded up from the
17
Patriots, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he would have probably still been there at 17. I don't think any of those teams before. I don't think Patriots were taking them or Commanders. So it's a move up, and y'all gave up the fourth rounder too.
I think so.
It's a cost to do it. I think y'all would have been fine without it, but I think it might have been a necessity.
Yeah.
Yeah, and with kind of like the jumps that we saw for like all like the three best offensive tackles were off the board already, or arguably if you consider Darnell Wright, better than Broderick Jones, but I think it was a matter of like they couldn't let the Jets take an offensive tackle, and that was why they had to trade up.
Yeah. I mean, I even had Jones going to the Jets there, but I don't know. I think hopefully the Steelers made the right choice. I trust our draft guys. The Steelers usually draft pretty well.
Yeah, they do.
Y'all touched both guys.
That's true. Mike Tomlin did say that you guys have touched a lot of guys.
Yeah. Good on him for touching a lot of guys.
Congrats.
That's what I would do if I was the GM of the Steelers. Is I would go out there and really make sure that I'm touching all the guys, making sure that we have we know them pretty well.
You gotta leave the guys at Penn State alone, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been through enough. Oh damn!
Why did this joke out of me 2 episodes in a row?
I know it makes there's always a crime segment, man.
That's true. Yeah, me and Luke can never go a week without talking about crime.
Yeah, particularly NFL crime. What's going on, guys?
Yeah. It's no bueno.
No bueno. I've seen a lot of mock drafts having a tight end get drafted here to the Chiefs and sit behind Kelsey. What do y'all think about that?
If there's one on the board, it's Darnell Washington.
Yep.
For the Chiefs, yeah. Go ahead.
You got to get that freak. He's a freak of nature. I mean, you give Patrick Mahomes, Kelsey, and then Darnell Washington. You're just 6'7", 270. It's crazy. He doesn't need a wide receiver. He has them in his tight ends.
Yep.
Yeah. I kind of like wide receiver here just because it appears that they're kind of out of the running for DeAndre Hopkins, who's another guy I was surprised didn't get moved today. There is a lot of wide receivers out there. I think that guys like Jaden Reed, Marvin Mims, Josh Downs, those three I feel like are the best fits here. A little bit smaller, very fast guys, kind of a Tyreek Hill-esque, but not quite as the strong aspect of Tyreek Hill.
I
So
think if they were going to get a wide receiver, it might be a reach to get Cedric Tillman. I think he is kind of that vertical receiver, and he attacks like he's going to go for those jump balls. I think that kind of fits with how they play sometimes.
yeah, I could definitely see it. I think wide receiver is the best thing they could go for unless they want to hit the defensive line.
Yeah. I'm just kind of thinking, with losing Mecole and Juju in the same offseason, maybe I have them with Anton Harrison here out of Oklahoma tackle. I don't think that would be a bad pick, but
He's
I
already
think
gone.
they've lost. Oh, okay, yeah. Where did he end up going?
The Jags.
That's right. Well, that's out of the question. So maybe, yeah, I'm kind of with y'all. I think wide receiver is definitely the main spot here.
Yeah,
I mean, they could always
Oh,
they
go
could
ahead.
always go with Cyrus Torrance and kind of move him around. I think he's
Yeah.
mainly a guard, but I think there's capability that he could play tackle. He is 6'5", so I mean he has some height of a tackle.
That's true. He definitely does. He's a little bit wide,
Yeah, he
but
has the guards width.
yeah. I still, I wouldn't mind the guy that I had predicted there, Adetomowa Adebawore, since he has that versatility on the defensive line, and they kind of need to address both defensive tackle and defensive end to help out because right now it kind of seems like all they have is they've got one defensive end that's very good in George Karlaftis and one defensive tackle that's very good in Chris Jones, obviously fantastic, but I think helping those two guys out and letting them get better opportunities to get to the quarterback would really help out, and I think the versatility of a double Warre would really help out.
I like that take as well. And another one that y'all haven't mentioned that I feel like maybe kind of warrants some discussion. How about corner?
I was thinking the same thing. I think Joey Porter's a big person that they could get for. I'm not a big fan of LaJoris Sneed. I think replacing him with a Joey Porter would kind of fit, and I'm always a proponent of if you want to get pressure on the quarterback, it starts with the DBs. Make them wait
Okay.
and trying to find that pocket or get some separation, and that time that you waste is the time that your D lineman can get pressure.
I respect that opinion a lot because a lot of people, especially in the world of, these immaculate pass rushers like TJ Watt and Myles Garrett and, these freaks that are even in the draft, a lot of people, kind of go away from the coverage sack now. Not a lot of people talk about that anymore. So I kind of like how you brought that up.
I think that's something they did last year with getting Trent McDuffie. I think it's something that matters. They could always go D lineman, but if you're gonna leave Joey Porter on the board, I mean that might be a mistake too.
Yeah, got Keon White in there too, at defensive edge there.
Yeah.
Man, if they take Joey Porter Jr. here, I'm going to be pretty upset.
That'd be a bad
The
way to
last
end
pick
your
of the
night.
draft. It would be a bad way to end my night.
Well, the pick is
Your
in.
pick is in.
So let's get these final predictions. The final pick of the night. Let's start with Luke.
Keon White.
All right, Mike.
Joey Porter Jr.
All right, I'm sticking strong. Adetomowa Adebawore.
I do love the Keon White pick.
I do too. I like that one. I just had to go different.
I think he's a good character person. He kind of fits in.
Oh man, Mike, I hope you're wrong. You have me you have my hands sweating right now. Just your opinion.
Why? Because early day 2, that's going to be who the Steelers were going to go for.
I think it is. That was kind of the main guy before the draft started, and I think the Steelers would definitely go Joey Porter Jr. if he's there. But if he doesn't get drafted, Banks is the one who's left out, right? And Cam Smith out of South Carolina.
Banks is off the board.
Another guy. Okay.
Oh, he went to the Giants, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So it would have to be Cam Smith there or Joey Porter Jr. from the Steelers, but it kind of depends on what the Chiefs do here.
I think there's a solid fall off after that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
DJ Turner, Keely Ringo are the kind of big names left. Cam
Yeah.
Smith.
Tyreek Stevenson isn't bad out of Miami, but I don't know. trust his game all that much.
This has been a wild night, and I love it.
Yeah.
I always love draft night because you hardly ever know, and all the mock drafts have. It looks like a lot of mock drafts have been just downright wrong.
Yeah,
Yep.
I keep seeing like random analysts pop up my Twitter and be like, "Yeah, I called that trade." It's like, how? Like, how did
Yeah.
like
Wow.
Pete Prisco called that the Jags would trade back? I'm like, okay, like why? Like, why did you think that was going to happen? And like, I saw some guy say that he called that the Texans would trade up to 3.
That's. I mean, yeah. I mean, you're shooting blind at that point.
Yep.
Yeah, that's like I don't think anybody was calling that one.
I'm just staring at my screen right now. Mike has got me freaked out.
You have nothing to worry about. You have nothing to worry about.
Dude, no, you don't understand how this night's gone for me, man. Anything can happen.
No, y'all. It looks like y'all were right about the position.
Cool. Well, we sit here and wait, Mike. I want to get your Falcons' opinion for tomorrow. They've got the 44th pick in this, which is the second round, and then in the third round, the 75th overall. What are some spots that you want to see them address?
With us addressing running back, I think we have to address defense. I mean, get some more guys in, and I love Keon White. Keep the hometown guy here. I think that would be a great pick for them to get some edge help.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I really like that pick. He could stay in Atlanta. Not gonna
He's
have to
literally
move
right.
very far.
He's right across the street from the stadium.
Yeah.
Literally. I actually forgot about that pick. A lot of people are talking about. There it is.
Felix Ndudike Uzama, the defensive end out of Kansas State. So I was right by saying defensive end. Not the right guy though. I
Yep,
think that's
same.
a great pick. He's a guy that I feel like a lot of people knew that he was going to be somewhere around here, but was a little bit underrated. So I definitely don't mind that pick. I think it's a pretty good one.
I think so too. I think he's a winner when it comes around the edge. I think he's gonna be a great addition to that defense.
Yeah. I don't really know much about this guy in particular, but I mean, a dude who Kansas State, they were in there with TCU in the playoffs, so he was definitely a part of a kind of a rare talent breed out of Kansas State there. And yeah, basically the Chiefs just kind of addressed the position that they needed to.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the few games we saw with TCU, he's like an every down guy. He's going to be on the field constantly. He has a high motor, so it's great. It fits in with kind of the scheme that they run and how Kansas City's defense likes to play.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's over. Round 1 is officially over, and let's go ahead and just go through the guys that are still on the board. Surprisingly, so starts off. Will Levis, of course, is a huge surprise. Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch, Michael Mayer still on the board, and then a little bit of a drop off after those guys. Luke Musgrave, Hendon Hooker, Steve
White.
Avila, Keon White. Darnell Washington's not too much of a surprise. Osiris Torrance, a little bit of a surprise. I think that's kind of all the guys that like a lot of people had going in the first round. Still like Keely Ringo as well.
So, question real quick for y'all: is there a possibility that Hendon Hooker goes before Will Levis?
Oh yeah.
I gotta see the order for tomorrow.
It would probably be good for me to look at that too. But Mike, I was kind of telling Grayson earlier, I think that there is a chance now, hot take incoming. I think there is a chance that Hendon Hooker might be the second best quarterback in this draft.
Interesting.
I think I don't really know who I could say that he's better than, but I really, really like Hendon Hooker.
The
Really
only
do.
thing that ever hooks me, well, play on words, that, like I get a problem with Hendon Hooker is that his age and injury.
Yeah.
Being 25, he came off a torn ACL. I mean, you kind of worry about that, but at the same time, I think second round you have the Rams picking who might be in the running to look for another quarterback. it's they have options. I think there's a couple teams that are looking to add quarterbacks to their roster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just throw some Hendon Hooker stats at y'all real quick?
Yeah.
2021, I'm not going to talk about yards or completion. The yards aren't there. The completion's good. It's not why I'm ignoring them. But in 2021, he threw 31 touchdowns and 3 picks. In 2022, he threw 27 touchdowns and 2 picks. And going back to what I said earlier, I'm actually looking at my notes now, so I have the stat. His touchdown to interception ratio is 58-5. He was ranked the second best quarterback in the combine, only behind Bryce Young. I seriously think that people are forgetting about this guy, and that those are kind of why I think he's better than Will Levis.
Yeah, I think the big deal here with Hendon Hooker is that he doesn't have a big margin of error because he has significantly less time to get his career going, and
Yep.
having he has almost 5 years on C.J. Stroud and Anthony Richardson, and I feel like he can't be a project, and that's the issue here because now going into round two, none of these teams, realistically, maybe the Titans could use a week one starting quarterback.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. You don't think the Colts could have needed one?
Well,
Or
now,
you're
well,
talking
now
about
they
they've
have.
already okay.
Yeah.
I see
Going
your
into
point.
round
Yeah.
two,
I think the best fit for him right now that I see is going to be the Rams. I know Matthew Stafford's there. I don't know how well his
Oh,
elbow
wow.
injury has healed up and if they're gonna kind of go with him. But I think he could sit behind 1-2 years max behind Matthew Stafford if he had to. And I think that they still have a decent offense where he will be able to show the talent he has because he is talented. He has an amazing deep ball. His accuracy is one of the best, and it shows.
Yeah, but I mean, just kind of looking at the round two list here, I could see Commanders. I still could see Buccaneers. That's where I had him going in the first round. I mean, and to your point, I could definitely see the Rams, who are a team that I totally forgot about. So I like that take there.
Yeah. All right. So I have a couple of questions before we kind of wrap this thing up. So I feel like we're gonna have a consensus pick here. Who was the biggest reach of the first round?
Yeah, Mike, go ahead.
Biggest reach. I mean,
I'll help you out. Jameer.
see, I don't think so. He was the next best one. The biggest reach might have been, and just because I think there was a better player, that's not even a reach. I can't say that.
It's tough. It's tough. I think Devin Witherspoon, reach.
Yeah.
There are a couple guys.
To me, it's between Devin Witherspoon and Jahmyr Gibbs.
I think for me it's Devin Witherspoon. I think Jahmyr Gibbs fits for what I think the Lions are doing and trying to kind of get Swift's replacement and kind of get him out. And I think Jahmyr Gibbs is that utility back that they're called Alabama RBU for a reason. I don't think you're gonna pass up on the Alabama running back if available. Besides when Bijan Robinson's there, but I think Devin Witherspoon was probably the biggest reach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, who do you think made the best single pick of the first round?
Oh. I'm gonna have to look at this.
I think it's the first pick. That's definitely the best pick. I think Bryce Young is going to compete right away. I think he's the correct pick, and there's no way that he isn't going to be the number one pick.
Who made the
Luke?
best pick? What do you go first, Grayson? What do you
Okay.
think?
I think the Texans taking Will Anderson
I was just about to say that.
because only because of the circumstances, really. Because they could have just taken him at 2 and not taken Stroud, but the fact they get both of them, and the fact that at 3 they took Will Anderson is so big for them.
So, do you think Will Anderson is worth the maybe 3? I think they give him 3 or 4 picks. Is he going to be worth that 3-4 players that they could have possibly gotten between this year and next year?
I don't know. I feel like he is. He is that kind of instant impact kind of guy.
I feel the same way, but I always have a fear when you give up picks that you don't really know what he's going to be just yet, and you don't know what you're giving up, and that's kind of the scary thing.
Yeah, and like
That's a
with
good
them
point.
getting Will Anderson and based on that compensation, they're essentially valuing him for a first rounder next year in what is looking like a very good class that's going to come out next year, kind of across the board when it comes to the positions because the quarterback's super heavy, and we've got some fantastic wide receivers like Marvin Harrison Jr.,
Yep.
Mecca Egbuka, just the Ohio State ones, numerous others, and tons of solid defensive players as well. It is an interesting thing to say that he is worth, 2 first round picks essentially, but I'd say that it's something we'll have to see. But taking him is only going to help, and the fact that he has D'Amico Ryans as his head coach, I think that's only going to help.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think for my answers, I'm torn between Quentin Johnston and Jordan Addison, based off of the sheer fact of where they went, could not favor their position more. They're not having to be the number one guy, so they're not going to see the top corners. They get to just eat and develop off of what the other guys are going to do. And I think Jordan Addison with the Vikings and Quentin Johnston with the Chargers, I think they're going to end up producing. Honestly, week one, they're going to end up producing.
I think Jordan Addison is going to have the better year just because you have Justin Jefferson opposite of you, and he's going to get doubled consistently. He's probably top 3 best wide receiver. Quentin Johnson still is going to have to deal with Keenan Allen, and I'm blanking on his name.
Mike Williams.
Williams.
Mike Williams. He's going to have to deal with them. They're still there. There's still bodies around. If Keenan Allen stays healthy, he's a top 15 receiver. Like he's going to probably be third on the depth chart. I think Jordan Addison is going to have much more production and availability next year.
All right, I do have a question for you guys. Do you think that we will keep this streak of wide receivers winning Offensive Rookie of the Year? We've done it 3 years in a row now with Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and now Garrett Wilson. You think one of these 4 could do it?
No. None of them are in a wide receiver 1 position.
That's a good point, but I could still see them. I could see one of them still getting over 1,000 yards.
You have to think about it. They're all like either wide receiver 2 or 3s because Seattle has DK and why am I blanking on him? Who's
Tyler Lockett.
Lockett?
Yeah.
Ravens has OBJ. Vikings have Justin Jefferson. Did I miss anybody? Chargers have Keenan Allen and Mike Williams. So they're all going to be in the second or third options. I think it's
Yeah.
going to be a quarterback this year.
Well, I mean, I know this guy's joining kind of a loaded running back room, but y'all's guy, Bijan Robinson, does he have any chance to win Offensive Rookie of the Year?
I think so.
What do you think, Mike?
He can put up fucking numbers. That's like, and that's the game with Offensive Rookie of the Year. It's not really about like team success, like it is like when you win an MVP. If you can just put up ridiculous numbers, then you can get it. And I think though we don't consider this like a running back league anymore, Bijan Robinson can do it all. And if he's getting primary snaps, he's certainly got a pretty good opportunity.
And on top of that, he's going to be running behind, I would say, an underrated offensive line. The Falcons just locked up Chris Lindstrom on a massive deal. I think he's the highest paid guard now. And I mean, he kind of has it set up there for him.
So the only thing I see with why I didn't put Bijan is that he's going to have a split with Algier, and you're also one of his biggest attributes is also his ability to kind of receive from the backfield. Desmond Ritter is gonna kind of depend on Desmond Ritter. A lot of these guys who had that rookie of years had great quarterbacks previously.
Well,
So
Garrett Wilson didn't.
I mean, he had Mike White a little bit, and then he had Zach Wilson had like 2 or 3 good games, but it kind of depends on how well Desmond Ritter can play, and you still have the talent of Kyle Pitts coming back and Drake London. So there's a lot of weapons there. I think it's going to be a quarterback year just because you have talents like CJ Stroud, who has a couple of good people around him, and Bryce Young, who is an amazing talent.
Yeah, I think if I'm going for like my most likely option, I'm taking Bryce Young, but I think Anthony Richardson's an interesting one too. I'd like to see what he can do day one. I'm not a huge believer in him being a day one starter, but with the Colts, he's gonna be, and I think he could definitely put on a show if they can get to work and really work some things out before the season starts. What about defensive rookie of the year? There are a lot of defensive players in this first round.
Yeah.
That one's gonna be hard. I mean, like you said, there's a ton of them that went this round. The first one that stands out is going to be Will Anderson. I think he has the best opportunity, but I
Yeah.
have to see what a lot of these corners can do when they are in coverage and pressed up against like top tier receivers.
I was about to say I would love to see it go to a corner. I
I,
just don't know if that can happen.
I like the talent. There's talented guys out there. I have to see them matched up. I think Christian Gonzalez with Bill Belichick there, I think he has a lot of opportunity and growth that he's going to have there. I don't know. I think it's going to probably go to a D lineman.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
thinking Tyree Wilson just because like offensive lines are already have a handful with Max Crosby.
Yeah.
And the fact that Tyree Wilson's going to be on the other side is just going to open up doors for him a lot. So, we'll see because like I said, there's a ton of defensive talent. Like guys like Lucas Van Ness, kind of an under the radar pick for the Packers, but a fantastic one. And then just numerous other very good picks in places where they can have an immediate impact. So yeah, I'll definitely be interested. I think defensive rookie of the year is going to be a tough one to choose.
Do you
Yeah.
think
I
do you
Go ahead,
go-
Mike.
do you think he starts over Chandler Jones?
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's a
I guess I
good
kind of
question.
forgot he was there.
I think that's like there's a lot of guys that they drafted high as like replacement fillers, and it's like you drafted him this high, you should probably start him. But I mean, Chandler Jones is a vet. I think he's still got some stuff in the tank.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe I have a feeling it's going to be more of a rotational thing because, like, obviously Max Crosby needs to be on the field like every single play,
Yeah,
but it could be a little bit more rotational with Tyree Wilson and Chandler Jones. And if Tyree Wilson's just playing better, I don't see any reason why Chandler Jones can't just take a step back.
yeah. You spent a seventh round pick on him, so I think you should give him all the reps that he
Yeah.
deserves.
Yeah. I hate to be basic, but I think it'll probably be Will Anderson Jr. Tyree Wilson, I think, is in a position to probably put up the most numbers. Just got off of what y'all had brought up, with him being alongside Max Crosby. If Tyree Wilson's playing well, it's going to be hard to double him because you're already doubling Max Crosby. So I could see it being Tyree Wilson, but also, once again, to y'all's point, Chandler Jones is still there. Not only is he a vet, he's a proven vet. So that's kind of why I like Will Anderson, is I just kind of off of reps. He'll be day one starter, and he won't really have anybody to rotate with.
I agree.
All right. Well, anything else you guys want to go over? Me and Luke have been here for 4 hours and almost 20 minutes.
No, I'm sure y'all covered it with the other fellas. So I mean, like y'all said, it's a crazy draft. It's been one of the most fun to see people slip, people go high. I think it's going to be an exciting year next year, and I can't wait.
Yeah, I one thing that I want to address, and this is a question for both of y'all. Of course, the Chiefs kind of, I would say they went with a surprise, maybe not a position, but definitely the player, Ozuma. Did the Chiefs do a disservice not going for Keon White here or any of the other edges? Do y'all think this is a good pick or no?
I think it's safe.
I
Okay.
agree. I think it's the safest pick that they could make. I think Keon White has a lot of upside. I just don't know if they value his playability as much as Ozuma.
All right.
All right, boys. Anything else you guys have got?
Good.
Steelers, nice me. He's there. He didn't get taken. Don't
Yeah.
know who he is. So please, nice me.
All right, Mike. Thank you once again for coming on. Two appearances this week.
I know it's been fun. I appreciate the opportunity, guys. It's always great to talk with y'all.
Yeah, you are so fun to talk football with. Yeah, it's fun to have you on, man. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate it, guys.
Mike, thank you so much for joining us.
Appreciate you.
Definitely.
All right, Luke.
Man,
Let's just
but that
let's
was
just
so
talk
much
about this
fun.
for a second, because
That did not feel like 4 hours, dude. That was
Yeah.
so much fun.
well, I guess this is the time. Luke, I know we didn't get to talk any Premier League this week, which kind of sucks because quite a lot has happened. But
You
I think-
would bring it up. I'm not talking about the game yesterday. I'm not
we're
going
not.
to.
We're
Okay,
not.
good.
Maybe we'll talk about it next week. But
Yeah.
Luke, thank you for coming along on this 4-hour journey.
Oh, it was awesome. And big shout out to our guests. They made this so entertaining. I like Colin. He was asking us questions too. He was kinda-
I think Colin would have stayed for the entire draft if we didn't ask him.
Oh, he definitely would have. He would have been awesome too. That was so much fun. Talking with meeting Brock for the first time was fun. Mike did a great job. Jalen, bringing in a completely different perspective. It was really cool for him to, take the time and be our guest. Yeah, it was just I'm more thankful for the guests than anything because that was just a lot of fun.
Yeah, and if you guys want to follow any of those guys or us, make sure you're checking out the Second and Short Instagram account. I'm gonna be I already have them tagged right now on an active story that's up. It'll be up when this comes out, but I'll post another one in the morning. You guys can follow those guys. I know they'd really appreciate it. So, Luke, I think that's gonna do it for us.
Yeah, let's get out of here. What a night it was. That was entertaining.
Sure
I enjoyed
was. And I'll be back Tuesday. We're going to talk all of the selections, every single team, all of their picks. So let's get the hell out of here, Luke. Peace.
Yeah. Deuces.